What up, bitches?
Hi.
Sup,
We'll
fuckers?
never get monetized
never
like
get
that.
What up?
Wait.
Cunts?
The rule is you can't swear until like a minute in.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, we've already
Pussy.
failed. Now we'll never get monetized.
Now I'll never get advertised by Nord.
Pussy asshole?
By the way, Val, what music are you playing in the background right now?
Hey everybody, we're listening to
Yeah.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze soundtrack.
Alpine incline ground.
Yeah.
We didn't pay for shit.
Fuck you, Nintendo. Kill yourself.
Oh.
No, okay, now they're gonna take your channel down.
Because you told Mr.
I told the entire
Nintendo.
company to kill himself.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Anyway.
Everything's going
Wait,
wrong.
release your next Kirby game first, and then you can die.
Yeah.
Wait, release?
You can also. Can I get a Pikmin 5?
Didn't you just? You're so greedy.
I'm kind of
Wait,
greedy.
you need to release Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. And then release
No,
it.
they have that on like auto release.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fine.
Then never mind. We're good.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're playing D&D.
Welcome back. It's been a second since I have DM'd, so I think I might cringe out of my own skin trying to do a character voice. But, let me set the scene for everyone. Last time we left whatever town, and
I have so many fond memories of whatever town.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of that.
We
town.
went to Lonelywood.
Lonelywood with the hag and the bushes. They were awakened bushes and Matsu, which is Ume and Take's brother, beat up an old hag and made her very bitter. And then you guys beat up her. And you found a little like white shard thing.
We cleared Snaggle's name.
He
The goblin.
Snaggle was pretty good.
And he
I
got
like
to
Snaggle.
keep his book.
As Take
Yeah,
would say, Snaggle cleared his own name.
He did. He
He
would
didn't need
say
anyone
that.
help.
Yeah. You guys have a magical item that I personally find cool, which hasn't been like attuned yet.
Mhm.
It is a lantern that can be set to like glow when a certain creature type is nearby.
Right.
It was recommended.
Right.
Yeah. I Chewingas, right? It was kind of encouraged to set it to elementals so you could know when like Chewingas were around, but obviously they were not Chewingas. So now you just have an unattuned magical item that maybe you guys can find a use for sometime. Oh yes. Also, there was some weapons in the hag's house. Dandy buried them. We all left. Ume went back, unburied them, took them to the post office. Juby also went back to see if someone unburied them. Saw that they weren't there, and then had kind of a tense moment with Ume about it. So that's kind of on his mind. Ume also does not know that Juby is currently harboring a quote-unquote hand cannon that he managed to slip by her. But let's continue. So leaving that town, you guys are just trying to make it to the gate to enter the big mountain that harbors the Frost Maiden. And there are other mountains in the Icewind Dale. They're not as grand, not as like this is the mountain that you guys are trying to go to. But on the way there, you guys enter Dinval, which is quite a rich town because of the mountains that are kind of in their area. The town itself is very elegant, which may be a bit of a surprise with how much mountainy sort of surroundings there are, how rocky and how many mines are there, abandoned mine shafts, stuff like that. But entering this town, you can see these very elegant, tall glass buildings Of course, some sections of these buildings are not glass for privacy purposes, but for the most part, you can just see perfectly clear into a lot of people's homes. And you can see that the snow is kind of clouding up this glass and making it have a frosty sort of film over it that you can press your fingers to and wipe away. You can see that there are many books within people's houses. Seeing straight through, you can see like personal libraries and bookshelves, and they're just very smart-looking people. This town does not seem to be struggling too financially. Other towns that profit more off of trade are definitely struggling as they cannot get out of the Icewind Dale, but it seems like this town had very smart jobs, not very laborious ones. The sort of invisible labor that doesn't disappear when you can't leave. So yeah, as you guys walk with Dandy and all your belongings, you can see that a speech is occurring near the center of town, as you guys may... I think it would be around morning. It's not... There's no sun, may I remind you, but you can tell it is around morning based off of how many people are out and about. But in the center of this very glassy, frosty town, you can see a little elevated stage that maybe once had political discussions. Once again, it seems very smart and professional. But for now, you just see a white Vulpin, a bit taller than Dandy. Dandy's quite small, in a purple secretary-looking outfit. And she looks a little nervous as she's holding a bunch of folders to her chest. And next to her is a little machine. It is a gray robot looking thing, an auto gnome. And these things certainly exist. All of you give me a history check, actually.
I love rolling.
Woo!
You dumb as shit.
4.
8.
Let's go, baby! Natural 1!
Yay!
Okay.
Well, does a 12 do it?
Nope.
Fuck.
You
Oh,
guys,
great!
yeah. You guys look at this little gray, what we would describe as an auto gnome, a very like robotic little guy. And none of you know what the fuck that is. Like, it's a little frightening, actually. While the hand cannons had they had a mystique towards them, they also had a clearly defined purpose. You have no fucking clue what that guy's supposed to be doing.
Jubilee, on a nat 1, I think Jubilee thinks that this auto gnome is the Secretary Vulpin's, like, elemental summon.
Yeah, absolutely. The little auto gnome is just like a silvery, sort of block with like a face on it, basically. So yeah, coming across this crazy machine, you can see that it is finishing up what seems like a recorded message, which also comes as quite frightening. As you can tell, this is not the voice of this creature, it is someone else's voice, as it projects this out to a crowd that is very politely listening. And you can hear an older gentleman's voice, just catching the tail end of it, and you can hear, "And with this information in mind, it is my responsibility as city councilman to implore you to join me in the fight against the Frost Maiden. Please accept your adventuring packet from Celeste, and good luck!" And just as that sort of speech ends, you get like very polite snapping from the crowd, as they walk up to that white Vulpin, and start talking to her.
Oh man, this town is scary.
That's
it. What do you suppose that we do?
Well, I guess we better be careful.
Stay close.
Will do.
Juby, give me an insight check.
Insight, okay. Okay, awesome. That's a 9 on the die, and, wait, what's my insight? Oh, I'm proficient in this. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, +4 plus, what's our, proficiency?
2.
Okay, 9 plus 6. Thank you, Val.
No problem.
9 plus 6. Okay, yeah, that makes it. You, Juby, can notice that at the mention of a councilman, and even kind of hearing this person's voice, Dandy's ear kind of twitches, and she looks very like suspicious, and almost starts like circling on the outskirts of this crowd, trying to like peer into what people are talking about.
Can Take, like, try to pull somebody off the street, somebody that doesn't look too intimidating, and just ask, like, hello, I'm so sorry. Do you know what that little thing was?
I'm gonna say that you pull a very polite-looking halfling, as that would be the most approachable-looking person, as a bunch of like elves are in this area. And the polite halfling looks at you with like such a doughy face.
Like doughy in the sense that it is dough-like, or doughy like it looks like a loaf of bread?
I'm imagining both.
This person has kind of like a chubby, very polite looking face, and almost like an airheaded sort of quality to them.
All right, and they just like looking at Take sort of blankly.
No, they would look and kind of blink at him, and then they would say, "Oh, well, that's Councilman Lucky's little doodad. He found it in one of the mines."
That, and we're sure it's not cursed?
I don't know why Councilman Lucky would have a cursed object. He usually just uses it to talk to us, because he's, we haven't seen him in a while.
Well, if his name is Councilman Lucky, then it would be pretty inopportune if he had a cursed object. Those sound like they should be in direct contrast with each other. All right, it's just, I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like that, and if a weird little doll thing started talking, I would think that it's cursed, but that's very calming to know. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, Councilman Lucky has loads of little doodads like that. That's like his thing.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they call him Lucky because he found his fortune in the mines.
All right. Interesting. So and there's many of these, you say, just walking around freely?
No. Mr. Lucky is very particular about which objects he lets out into the world, so seeing these special guys is like, well, it's a special occasion.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you once again. You've been very helpful.
No worries. He turns around.
Okay, May. We're not in danger.
Well, it's good that you've secured that.
He just nods very seriously.
We should probably figure out what's actually happening here, though.
Oh, well, I mean, I suppose.
Okay, are we all still grouped up together?
If you want to be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I think we're all still grouped up together, but, like, Dandy's probably starting to wander away, so I think, Juby, like, nods in agreement, with Ume, and then, like, kind of turns to the group and is just like, yeah, oh god, wait, character voice, ugh, okay, give me a second.
You're
It's
good.
just you smirking.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so I agree. We should figure out what's up with those adventuring packets they said. It does sound like whatever this councilman is doing is sort of in the best interest of the town. Taking care to get rid of the Frost Maiden. Dandy, do you know anything about this? You seem like you've been here before.
Juvie. I have been, well, around the whole Icewind Dale. I really, really don't trust the council people of this place, and so I'm merely zeroing in to see if it's a trap.
That is a pretty good idea. I mean, I don't know what their weird doodad is, but yeah, it's probably good to be careful about this sort of thing.
Just don't reveal your cards. Could be used against you.
Do you suppose maybe they're haunted? Or something of the like?
What?
Well, it's speaking with a humanoid voice. It's odd. I would think it's haunted.
Can I roll like a investigation to sort of take a guess at what this thing is? Can I draw? Can I make assumptions based on other knowledge I have, or is this just like I don't know what the fuck this is?
I'm not gonna let you make another roll, but I will let you make a reasonable assumption of what you think Holland would think of this.
I'm picturing a copper golem from Minecraft right now.
Jordan, this is what I meant by benders in the episode.
Oh my god.
It's a little bender.
That's
this is
funny.
Bender?
A little Bender.
It's like a Yuchibiified Bender.
Oh, that's what it looks like? A little tiny Bender?
Yeah.
When it finished up the speech, did it turn to the councilman and say, "Let's go already"?
There was no councilman, there's only the secretary lady.
Or the secretary, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm listening, I promise.
I wanna walk up to her. Talk to her.
You mean...
The Vulpin?
Yeah. I don't remember her name.
I don't think it was what
it was.
Said?
Yeah.
It was Celeste.
Oh,
Celeste.
okay. I didn't know if that was her or not.
Yeah, okay, you can walk up to the Vulpin. I think what you're seeing a lot, as there is kind of a big crowd, is that you see that Celeste is quite nervous as she speaks, but she also speaks with a very dignified and trained tone to her. You can see that people are walking up to her, like, inquiring about the like packets that she's holding. She says a few words and then they just walk away with nothing in their hands. And you see this a few times. And you can walk up to her, and she nervously turns over to you, adjusting her waistcoat. And she says, "Hello, are you also wanting to join the scavenger hunt?"
We got here a little late. What's the scavenger hunt for?
Right. So Councilman Lucky is holding a scavenger hunt. Yay. It's in the packet. And whoever wins gets to meet with him face to face and discuss their best ideas on how to defeat the Frost Maiden. No one has seen Councilman Lucky in quite a few years now, so he promises that his political influence would be very helpful in getting through the rest of the town.
And sorry, I don't actually know if my character's here.
Oh,
you guys can talk at any time.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're there.
And so the best way to figure out a plan to defeat the Frost Maiden is a scavenger hunt?
Well, that's what Councilman Lucky said. He said that he's looking for a certain type of person, and I guess this is the best way of narrowing it down.
Well, consider me intrigued.
I think consider all of us intrigued. I'm really sorry to hear that that this councilman hasn't been seen in so long. Did he get injured or something?
No. He just spends his time in, well, I don't know where he spends his time, but he certainly spends it somewhere else. I can only presume messing with his inventions and findings and doing loads of paperwork. He tries to stay in touch with us the best he can through his little autonomes.
Has he ever done this scavenger hunt thing before?
Oh, for holidays and stuff, but nothing so dire.
And the winners of these scavenger hunts, they are seen again, correct? They don't go missing or never heard from again or anything like that.
Hey, Taka, can you roll me an impromptu intimidation roll?
Oh, God.
Okay, well, he's not an incredibly intimidating person. That's a 13.
A 13. I need to roll this poor woman's, wisdom save.
I mean, he was told to be suspicious. He's being pretty suspicious right now.
She rolled phenomenally, actually. So I think she can tell that you are just being genuine. Maybe she's like, a fellow person with anxiety. But yeah, she says that. She says oh, you have what I have. No, I can assure you that Councilman Lucky is very safe, very fun. We all trust and adore him and from far away. He's good. We elect him again every few years, every election, and we haven't seen him. So that just goes to show the wonderfulness that he brings and the trustworthiness and consistency and security.
All right then. Well, we should probably try to win the scavenger hunt, now that we've established nothing bad will happen to us.
What exactly are we scavenging for?
Oh, well, that will be in the packet.
Can we take the packet and choose not to do it if it seems weird or suspicious?
Well, I'll write your names down, and then I'll have to do a background check, and then I'll have to gather a few references, and then in about 3 months, you should be able to start.
Sorry. I think we were all under the impression that this would be a sort of a short-term scavenger hunt, like perhaps a week at most. But it sounds like there's actually quite a lot of preparation going into this.
Well, Councilman Lucky is a bit more of the spontaneous type, but he enjoys me as I ensure that everything is in its right place at the right time. And I find that if anyone is going to meet with the councilman face to face, then there should be an extensive background check and making sure that they are not a suspicious individual, things of the like.
I take it that when you let everyone else here know about the paperwork involved, that's when they took their leave.
Yes. They joined the waitlist and left, as is customary for most things that happen in this town.
Well, unfortunately for your councilman, I don't believe the Frost Maiden will be around for the next 3 months.
I don't believe we'll all be around if we don't deal with the Frost Maiden sooner than that timeline.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I can tell that we can all tell that you're clearly, very hardworking. It sounds like you're putting a lot of time and effort into making this as best you can, but I guess we're all just a little worried that, maybe we might not have time for that sort of thing. Things will just keep getting worse with the Frost Maiden around. But
or
no, I don't.
Someone else is going to defeat the Frost Maiden, and your councilman will just do all this paperwork for nothing.
That's true. Listen, miss, we wouldn't want to, make all of your hard work go to waste, but, well, how about we take a look at this packet, and, is there any chance that if we somehow manage to, find the things on the list early, we could, turn them in ahead of time?
Give me a persuasion with disadvantage, Juby.
Okay. Okay, good. I am proficient in this, so okay. First one is a nat 20.
Okay. Well,
Alright.
that's a good start.
I think that her eyes go a little wide.
Well,
Did you not want to hear the second? Okay.
We have disadvantage.
Wait, yeah, disadvantage. Hit me with the second one.
Okay,
I was about to correct, and then I was like, shut up.
Just take it.
Okay. Second one is a 13 on the die, but, persuasion, I have,
Yeah, proficiency in that, right?
yeah, so that would be...
The DC.
Okay.
Yeah, that passes. DC was 15.
Okay.
Yeah, her eyes would go a little wide, and I think you can see a bit of pep enter her step. And she, I think she says, "Wow, you would turn it in early and be so prepared?"
Of course. I mean, we all want to deal with this whole Frost Maiden situation as quickly as possible. Not to mention it might save you a bit of time, considering you have, I would presume, so many other things to get ready for the councilman. So yeah, we could definitely try to get this done as quickly as possible if you'd let us.
Well, I guess if you're
so committed to your diligence, then I guess I could allow you to have it ahead of time, but I must inform you that you won't be able to turn in any items until I have verified your backgrounds and done all of the necessary paperwork. But and she holds out one of the packets to you, and she says, "You may turn it in early."
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Juby sweep.
Juby sweep.
Yeah. Man, I do like playing charismatic characters.
All right, let's crack open this packet. What we got?
You crack open the packet, and in very I don't know how else to say whimsical handwriting, you read the following paragraph. It says, "Ah, I am so glad that someone was brave enough to swindle or steal this packet out of poor Miss Celeste's hands. Now then, for your scavenger hunt, you must find me. You must know of Dinval's Great Mountain, yes? It is where I got my fortune from mining so long ago. Atop that mountain is a great tower, and within that tower you will find what you seek. Once again, I must reiterate, you are attempting to find me, myself, so I will be in the tower, yes, yes. Now, go forth, adventurer, for only those most tricky and most capable will have any chance of defeating the Frost Maiden."
Huh. You know what? I'll be honest, I was half expecting the packet to read something like, give me 10,000 gold and this great artifact, and then we'd give it to him, and it would not be worth the reward, and it would just be him making other people do his dirty work. But this is actually really interesting. Okay.
No, yeah, that sounds right up your alley.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's not some sort of trap or anything, but I can see the logic in making this sort of challenge for people if they plan on going off to defeat the Frost Maiden. Yeah, but again, doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't something waiting for us there. Right. What does everyone else think?
I think we can definitely go there, and if it's haunted, we can leave.
That's a very good point. That's yeah, all right.
I think less things are going to be haunted than you expect.
He just kind of like narrows his eyes and doesn't comment.
Holland pipes up for the first time today, and he says, excuse me if I'm forgetting something important. Take, why, you've mentioned hauntings and curses a lot. Did I forget something?
Well, we just came from a town with a hag in it, and we just...
Yes, but she was not haunted.
But she could sling curses if she so chose. And that weird little doll thing came on stage.
She does have spells, that's true.
Listen, I was told to be suspicious, and I'm looking for things to be suspicious about. And I would be pretty suspicious of a ghost.
Holland's to a noticing eye. Holland's ear twitched when he was interrupted, but he sort of just nods and goes, "Okay, I will keep an eye out for you."
We can all keep an... Actually, you know what, Holly, if you still have that lantern that can track other creatures, we can use that if any ghosts pop up.
Well, if any ghosts pop up, we'll know where they are.
Well, sure, but they can probably turn invisible or something. I'm pretty sure ghosts can do that.
He just looks deep in thought.
We certainly could. If it would be all right with the rest of you, I wanted to attune the lantern to elementals.
Well, that would leave us fairly vulnerable to ghosts.
Yes, it's just... It's Colin kind of looks begrudgingly at Take.
Well, why is it that you'd want to attune it to elementals? Is there a reason?
Well, I am still looking for my lost bodyguard, Fjord.
Right. But who's to say that we won't pick up every elemental that we come across?
Well, who's to say that's a bad thing?
It would, I think if we're heading in the direction we are, knowing in advance if there are any other sort of frost elementals that perhaps the Frost Maiden herself might send our way would be helpful to us.
Yes, exactly. Juby, I think it's a great idea. And you agree with me.
Yeah, Juby nods. It's very clear they were joking earlier about the ghost.
Holland looks very expectantly at the Benuis.
What's the specifics on the lantern? We can't. Can we not retune it after?
No, it's
Okay.
you tune it once and it will start glowing when it's in 100 feet of any of the chosen creature type.
I don't want to put down the importance of finding your friend, but I just worry that there might come a time where finding something else might be more important.
Holland looks so sad.
I don't think it would be a bad idea. Like Juby said, the Frost Maiden is likely to send elementals our way.
Do we think elementals are the stealthy type?
I don't know what to think. I'm not a monstrologist. Maybe we can go back and ask that. I can't remember his name.
Snaggle the Goblin.
Maybe we could go back and ask Snagglesome.
Elementals can come in many forms, some of which, yes, happen to be stealthy.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but I also understand where your hesitation is coming from. So I'm neutral on the matter.
I suppose so. It would be better to make use of it than hold on to it until we don't need it anymore. Just waiting for the right moment.
I agree. Yeah, like your sibling here said, I completely understand wanting to be careful with such a helpful artifact, but it might just be better to use it now instead of saving it for the exact right moment, which may never come.
Rumi nods.
May I?
Yeah, Take nods.
We nod in unison.
We nod in unison.
Awesome. Alright, Holland is gonna tune this thing to elementals.
Wonderful. It would just be a knob, and once you turn it to elemental, the knob kind of like
It breaks off.
No, it stiffens in place.
Nice.
Yay!
Wonderful.
Can I just do a cursory look around, see if there's a big mountain with a tower on top?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Give me.
I do it.
I will say, the Great Mountain of Dinval. There is one mountain.
Do I know which one it is? Or there's
big one.
only there? Okay.
The mountain.
Yeah,
Can I look on top of that and
so
see if there's a
many,
tower?
I'm still going to ask for you to do a perception check, but I am going to say this is like their tourist thing, so you would know where this mountain is.
Got
yeah,
it.
I think it'd be like we all know like Mount Everest, and we wouldn't know like the mountains that are next to Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it kind of like going to San Francisco and being like, do I see a really big, like, red bridge? Or.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
They've
I
got
Yeah. But we are trying to spot a car on top of the red bridge.
Yeah. Is there like a big bridge with like maybe a car or a person on it? And it's red.
I do put my paw over my eyes and squint if it helps.
If that gives you advantage on
Yeah,
the
does
roll.
that give me
Yeah,
advantage?
if that helps shield you from the sun.
No, I'm shielding from the snow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Seeing Ume clearly looking around, Juby's going to cast guidance.
Oh yes. What does that do?
Add a d4.
Okay. I put all my dice in a bag. I need to give it a d4. This one will work. Oh, it fell down deeper into the bag. This one will work. Everyone hold your horses. Oh, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
My horse is held.
Here we go. I'm about to spot it, and we're gonna walk there.
Oh yeah!
That is a 21.
Woo!
21. Okay. I'm operating under the a nat 20 would be the best possible outcome and not just I give it to you. The mountain is really big and it is heavily snowing, so you cannot see the top of any mountain. What I will give you, let me think about what I will give you, because I thought in my mind, what you can tell is that if there is a tower at the top of a mountain, it's not very big. You would be able to see a large tower, but you do not really see anything which tells you that this thing either is not there or is small. Another thing I'm going to give you is that you guys have kind of moved away and from the crowd, and Celeste has been like talking to more very bureaucratic looking people who just politely nod and then walk away after they're told no. You, Ume, I think only you noticed this because you're just like kind of, Celeste has kind of gotten far away at this point. You see a little owlin boy who's wearing like scrappy, like a scrappy green hood and like some makeshift like belts and stuff. You see this little owlin boy, kind of like fly off of a like lamppost and kind of like dive down at Celeste and grab one of the packets from her hands as she like yelps, and he kind of just maniacally laughs in a high-pitched laugh and like flies away.
Arrest that boy. Is he like he's like flying in a specific direction now?
He kind of just flies into like an alleyway. Like he just kind of enters the shadows as soon as you can really see him. It's a very quick interaction.
Okay.
Do we want to track down that boy?
Hmm.
Ume sees this and she's like, gotta check if he's got a gun on him.
I gotta rest. Let me get my charger real quick while you can.
I am just trying to think what the benefit would be. I don't actually know if it's first come first serve, if we have to beat this boy. the race?
We can
If we have to
ask.
beat his ass.
It sounds like it is first come, first serve.
Mhm. Yeah, when Haley comes back from grabbing her charger, we can like ask
I'm
some
here.
more questions. Okay, yeah. Val brought up that we should probably know whether this is first come first serve, or if we can all do this. Like, do we have to beat every other competitor?
Or do we have to get that information ourselves?
I'm gonna say you can only glean what is in this packet, and you can kind of get context clues of like just from the murmurs and what you've gotten from talking to people is that Councilman Lucky is quote unquote building a team. And I guess you could interpret that as like the first team that gets there, like we're team whatever and we're there. Or just whoever all gets there. Because you can kind of assume that the challenge is just overcoming being told no.
Right. Okay. It's about who's willing to like break some of the rules and also climb a huge dangerous mountain. Those are the two prerequisites.
Yeah. That's the two things I'll give you, and you can interpret that how you please.
Well, what does Ume do?
That's a good question.
I think she should pull a Ghani and go investigate on her own.
That's more of a pull of Val.
Yeah, May was doing that shit too.
She was, but Ghani did it more.
Ghani has less friends than May.
Yeah.
Umea has also done that already.
Mm-hmm.
Table talk, what do y'all think?
Yeah.
I think I'm ready to head up this fucking mountain.
Well, you rolled a 21, and what you got was that there was a little Owlin boy flying into an alley.
But also I saw a hint, maybe, of a tower.
A hint of a tower?
Mm-hmm. I tipped my fedora, a hint.
Well, if you want to go talk to the boy, go talk to the boy.
Yeah.
I won't hurt you.
I'm just
The Owlin boy is actually like a level 20 wizard. He's gonna kill you.
He's actually another mimic.
He's gonna cast power word kill on me.
Yeah.
No, my hesitation only comes from I don't know if we'll okay. is I don't know what we'll get from this, but you know what? I think we should go talk to him. Yeah, Ume's going to point over to the alleyway and just like hush to everyone in the group, just be like, it looks like someone else got the packet.
Do you think we should investigate?
Couldn't hurt. Maybe we get some new information.
He nods.
Alright.
Alright.
Head over to the alleyway.
You guys can make your way over to the alleyway. And just like peering over the side, you can see this snowy white little Owlin boy. His age, honest to God, this is probably just the most competent like 7-year-old you've ever seen.
Whoa.
Like this is a very young boy. and he's reading this packet with like a bunch of trinkets and like makeshift weapons underneath his like green cloak. And he's reading this packet and he's just like jumping up and down, skipping as he reads it, kind of like maniacally laughing to himself.
Can I be cool as fuck and lean against the alley wall and be like, so what are you doing with that?
I think his owlin head turns completely around,
Okay.
like backwards on his body.
And he says, "Wah ha ha. Depends on who's asking."
Oh fuck. I love him.
Yeah.
Take comes forward, also crossing his arms.
On the opposite wall.
Oh yeah, on the opposite, not leaning against it. He's just kind of taking a power stance. And he says, "We also have a packet of our own, and we were just looking into if you knew anything that we don't."
Do I know anything that you don't? Of course I do.
And what's that?
I'm not telling.
Oh, so you don't actually know anything then?
I know more than your feeble mind could handle.
Prove it.
What did she say?
She said, prove it.
Okay. You can do one of two things. You can either give me a persuasion, or you can give me an intimidation, which is flavored as like a coolness check.
Could I be helping with that?
I mean, if you're also like same posing, hitting him with the same pose, I'll let you have advantage on your coolness check.
The double trouble.
The double.
I'd like that actually.
Wait. Yeah, we're hitting him with the fucking Team Rocket. Get your ass.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
That's like a 9.
9, yeah.
I think the little Owlin boy looks very unamused, and then he like turns his head back around where it's straight on his body. And I think he kind of just says like,
I apologize, but I'm not at liberty to be giving any important information.
And he starts to like fly away.
Oh shit.
Can Take try to like fucking step of the wind cut him off?
Step in the way and cut him off.
I did say step of the wind.
Yeah.
Step of the wind, that's what you said. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, how does he do that?
I mean, he's a monk. He's got 4 levels in monk. He kind of just like sees that he's turning to go, and then he just kind of like gets into a stance, and then like in a blink gets in front of him before he can take off, and he says, "You're not at liberty, huh? Are you working with anyone?"
Juby leans over to Holland and Dandy and whispers, Are the bunny twins kidnapping this little boy? What's happening?
They're being cool, okay?
Well, they've not brought him to any second location, so I don't think it counts as kidnapping yet.
Okay.
But I'm also on my toes about this.
Dandy just has a fucking snicker. Yeah, the Owlin boy, kind of, while still, like, flapping, just, like, a foot off the air, which still makes him, like, shorter than you. He actually looks quite, like, mad at that, and he goes to grab something that's within his cloak, and he brings out a short sword that he's holding with one of his talons, and he points this at you, Atake. And he says,
I said I'm not at liberty to speak.
Okay. Yeah, alright. Take isn't super phased by that because he's a little Owlin boy and it's a short sword. So Take just kind of says, well, if you're not working with anyone, then maybe it would be better if you came with our group. We've got a few more people on our side, and I don't think it would be too bad to work together. I don't know how well you'll face on your own, that is.
I find these terms satisfactory. What's your name, minion?
Take does kind of like break into a grin at being called a minion because that's funny as fuck. And he extends a paw and he says, "My name is Take. What's yours?"
My name is Abaddon, and I'm the villain of this story.
I don't believe that's his real name.
I don't believe any of that was true. The villain, you say? I didn't know that I was making deals with somebody with bad intention.
Well, I don't think you know anything, Take, but I guess I could lend you a helping wing.
he lands on the ground.
Alright, yeah. Take just goes, alright then. And he kind of like starts to walk out of the alley.
I think Abaddon kind of analyzes the group, and he speaks very loudly, and he says,
Which one of you is the leader?
Oh, jeez.
Well, Take just immediately looks at Dandy.
Yeah, probably.
Juby would like see where everyone else is looking and then say, well, it would have been sorry.
You got it.
This is why I use this particular voice for a guy that I'd only be playing like 7 or 8 times.
it makes you choke.
Okay. Jubilee says, well, previously it was Miss Vixen here, but with you on our side, I think we have an open spot.
Heh.
Oh, fuck.
I'm so into everything that's happening.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Take using one of his fucking key points was the best thing he's ever done.
Yeah, this was absolutely worth it. Oh my god.
He goes, heh. And he kind of surveys over. He surveys over the group. And I think he points at Holland and says, "What is your purpose?"
Just like generally speaking.
So, I'm fighting Holland's pride right now. So, I'm
exactly why this character exists.
I'm fighting his pride right now. Holy shit. We're like, me and Holland are literally like duking it out in my mind, like trying to press the button, but we're holding each other back from pressing the button.
Oh my god.
Yeah, his eye twitches, and he goes, "I don't quite understand the question."
I mean, you don't understand your purpose in the team?
Well, what? He fucking looks at you guys.
Oh my god.
Haley, what was just said?
He said, "Are you nervous?"
He's the strong one.
Well, I think I do a bit more than that. I certainly possess strength. I also...
He's also the smart one.
Yes, I think I'm also the smart one. What's your purpose? Hmm?
Is he saying that to me or?
He's saying that to the child.
Okay, yeah.
Saying that to the child.
What's your purpose, huh?
Beefing with a kid!
Are you hesitating?
I'm not hesitating, Worm. I am just analyzing which information I'm willing to part with. My purpose is to complete my task for my benefactor.
Take leans over to Ume and whispers, "He is working for someone."
Ooh, a benefactor? Are you a warlock?
No.
Are you sure?
Anyway, that wasn't the point. The point was, you are quite big, sir, and I think it would do my tired feet well if I would ride upon your back. You is my dark steed.
So you don't wish to walk? Is that what it is?
I wish not to walk.
Okay, I can certainly arrange that. And he picks him up by the scruff. Okay, where shall we go?
Up the mountain, Worm.
He's just fine with being held by his scruff.
You taking it in stride.
He shakes him a little. And looks at y'all and starts walking towards the mountain.
Alright, yeah.
Alright. I assume we all, like, introduce ourselves, like, while we're walking.
No.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Whenever this kid says something, Holland shakes him a little.
Whatever he says anything.
Yeah. He shakes him a bit.
I think, if nobody else introduces themselves, Take probably would. Take would introduce Juby as the cool one.
Oh.
Yeah, Juvie, like, smiles and winks at that.
And Tucker will go, see?
He would say to that, then that one will be my jester.
I'm actually perfectly fine with that. I'm actually... that's sort of where a lot of my talents lie. You picked very well.
You do talk a lot for a jester. Bunny Man, you be my jester. You talk funny.
I think you'd make a good jester.
I mean, I'm considering it. Sure, I suppose so. Take leans in and he, like, kind of points at Ume and he says, she thinks she's the cool one, but she's just my sister.
What would you say to that? I think he just weirdly contemplates that and is quiet.
Yeah, I think that's introductions.
Juby will also say, so, Abaddon, is there anything that we get to know about your mysterious benefactor? Since we're your minions, that sort of makes us their minions by proxy.
Abaddon thinks. I think he... I think he thinks for a bit and then he says,
Let's talk more when we've made progress on the mountain.
You got it, Captain.
Does Abaddon seem like he knows where he's going?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, if he's giving out directions, Holland is not listening. He's just going his own way up the mountain.
I must say that he would have Holland hold his scruff in a way to where like he's pointing, like his face is pointing away from Holland, and he would just be pointing his wing in the direction like a compass.
Okay. That's cool. Holland's going whatever way he wants to go, and if that happens to align with this child, then so be it.
Okay. Now on to what I title in my notes as part 2 of the episode, which is traveling up the mountain.
Oh my gosh.
What a clever subtitle.
Oh, that was just... It's just called part 2 in my notes.
Oh, I think you should add a subtitle that says "Going Up the Mountain."
Going up the mountain. That is what this section is.
Is this what the letter A means? Because his name's Abaddon?
I guess you'll see.
I think his name is actually going to be Alan.
Yeah. I think it's like Kyle or something.
Okay, yeah, you guys can travel up the mountain, and for the first part of the trek, it is lined with lanterns that kind of lead you up. But as the mountain grows steeper, it grows colder. And as it grows colder, it grows slipperier. And you can notice that there are, like, jutting rocks out of this cliff. So for our very first challenge of the mountain, I'm going to need everyone, including Abaddon, to make a con save.
One of us is going to slip and get impaled on a rock.
Actually,
Uh-oh.
Abaddon's being held, so I don't think he can roll for this one right now.
Well,
He only rolls if Holland fails.
I was gonna say he might want to wish that he could roll.
Sorry, what are we rolling
Because-
again?
Constitution save.
Oh.
So Holland rolled a natural 1.
You're a barbarian. You get advantage on these, I believe, or you have proficiency. Proficiency is what you
Yeah,
get.
proficiency. I mean, I can
Oh.
add my shit, but I rolled a 1.
Yeah, sorry. I'm up with dex saves, which you get advantages on.
Okay, I'll take that.
Oh, you'll take a.
I guess I'll take a natural 19, which goes up to a dirty 20.
Yeah.
Even with my proficiency, it would be a 5.
Gotcha.
I got an 11.
So.
Sorry, what is this? A con save?
Yep, con save, DC 12.
Oh wait, I don't have to look. I got a 13 on the die.
Holland's gonna fall over and then start rolling down the mountain and turn into a big snowball.
Also, usually, spells. We're in a quote unquote encounter now, so spell slots and like key points and stuff like that counts now.
Oh,
Do we?
Gotcha.
Are we counting the one that Jord used earlier?
When we're out of combat, I don't care how you use
Oh,
it.
fuck yeah!
Okay.
Yeah, I don't care. But it's just like when I've decided it's an encounter now, like you're in a section of skill or combat, I make it count. So everything counts now. I didn't count before.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna roll 5. Okay. Holland, you take 8 piercing damage, and Take, you take 5 piercing damage. As walking up the mountain, you can feel very sharp rocks digging into your feet, even through. I don't think either of you wear shoes.
Yeah. You said I take 8 damage?
Yeah, you take 8 piercing
Okay.
damage. And Take takes 5 piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, you can feel these dig into your feet, and then your footsteps behind you start to have like red splotches that splatter across the snow, and then are quickly covered up as the blizzard kind of moves everything around.
I like that imagery.
That is pretty cool.
Oh.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I get to half that, right?
No, you're not raging right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's only when I rage. Arrgh.
Yeah.
Interacting with this child, though, is...
Rage only lasts for 1 minute, and you want to
I know.
all of them.
I know, I'm messing.
I don't think Take reacts much, but every once in a while when he takes a step, he does just go, ow.
He goes,
Ah.
Okay, he doesn't do that. I didn't say that's what he does. That's
That's what
you
he
guys.
I can't wait for Rusty and Winona.
Oh my god! Ah! Me too.
Jesus.
Space Cowboy is my most anticipated campaign of the Haley sagas. Okay.
Sorry, I just want to say I'm so excited to fuck around with Andy. Won't be getting that
yeah.
with Novali and Dee Dee immediately, I don't think.
No, it would take them probably a bit.
Yeah.
Listen, we've played enough campaigns to where me and Val were like, hey, we gotta do silly with the joint backstory from the beginning. So we sat down and guys, we crafted a masterpiece.
Oh
The
yeah.
lore, it goes fucking deeper than you could have expected.
That's,
not
I'm
even
so
kidding.
excited.
that's
I'm not
crazy.
fucking kidding here. Like we fucking sat down. This shit runs deep. You'll have to uncover it.
We got a team of scientists, parentheses us, to craft
Yeah.
the perfect shit.
Yeah. Like
was
there's,
fly on the
yeah, we're
wall.
like, oh, the Scrivener like document that's 9 pages. There's a Winona and Rusty like backstory.
Oh my god.
Anyway, sorry to
I really
distract.
hope they're lying right now, and it's just like, yeah, we met a week ago at like a bar.
Oh gosh. Ugh. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. What happens next is that you guys can make it even farther up the mountain. And although you've been shrouded in darkness and night for, I think I said like a few months now, it's been a while. It seems like darker than you're used to. You're really in like a cloud um, of frost, and you really can't see anything. Like, of course, you can see what is in front of you, and for certain abilities, yes, you can see. But at this point in the mountain, you really it's tough. And I think Abaddon specifically is kind of shivering. And although he's being like held up, he would like kind of wrap himself in his own cloak and just kind of like childlike whimper at how cold it is.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Unfortunately, the second challenge of the mountain is that you hear the rumbles as you see like white mountain goats kind of like jump off of this completely like some completely vertical walls. You can kind of see them like hopping along. And based off of their jumping, a few rocks come loose, and I need everyone to do a dex save.
Okay.
I like these.
Let me check something real quick.
Holland, what is going on, man?
Okay.
DC 15.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
I think if he saw Abaddon shivering, he would have offered to Holland if he could carry Abaddon for a while.
Oh.
Just if Holland wanted a break or anything.
Yeah, sure. He goes, if you want to.
Okay, yeah. Take would just nod and take Abaddon and just let
You're
him.
gonna cradle him?
I don't know. He wouldn't hold him by the scruff and like hold him out like he's like a candle and he's in like an Ebenezer Scrooge pajamas. He wouldn't do that. He would hold Abaddon like closer to his chest, so maybe he's getting some body heat.
Oh.
And also Take has advantage on deck saves, so
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I would say you heard that Holland didn't roll well, and you were like, retroactively hand me that child.
I was gonna say that anyway, and I was gonna ask like wait before everyone rolls, and then Andy was like, Holland, what are you doing? And I was like, wait.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, thank you, Take. Because I was fully, like, going through the list of all of my equipment and spells and be like, please, torch, flame, anything, come on.
I have a couple questions.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Well, where did we enchant stuff at some point?
Yes, Ume did, I think.
Just Ume? I don't remember when that happened.
I did not write down that I enchanted anything.
It's for what purpose?
Because I have written down that I have a fire quarter staff, and I just wasn't sure where I got that.
Yeah, you do. We got that from Puck's. In the last session, we got that from
Right,
Puck's
and
store.
Wasn't that when I asked?
Oh yeah, you asked Take for all his fucking money, and you had more money than he did, but he didn't know that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah. I was looking, I was like, wait, why didn't I fucking get anything? I don't have weapons.
Yeah, and you
I
got
don't
the
have
lantern.
anything to enchant. Right, I got the
Right.
lantern. Yes, okay, yes.
Second question, does my fire quarter staff just, like, produce heat?
I think that's very creative So I think I will say that it produces like an inherent heat to it.
Okay.
Great flame blade in Breath of the Wild produces heat.
Yeah. I know we're in the middle of dodging rocks right now, but
No, it's okay.
I'm might hand my fire quarterstaff to Alan.
Alan.
Abaddon.
His name's not Alan.
I think his name should be Alan.
I'm gonna start calling him Alan.
No. To Abaddon.
Yeah, when Holland offers to take him, he goes like, yeah, if that's fine with you, and hands him over.
He would, while shivering, say like, Abaddon finds that satisfactory.
Yeah.
Once he's in Take's arms, he would fucking nuzzle into him, but once again screaming, be like, "All right, Jester. I suppose you have been promoted temporarily to Steed."
It's an honor.
Oh, does that make Holland the Jester?
He's not funny.
Holland looks at you. Holland looks at you, and you're reminded that he's a barbarian. You're not sure if he turned the rage on for a second or not.
There's like Juvie does sweat a little, but still sticks their tongue out with a smile.
Yeah, if Uma hands her quarterstaff to Abaddon, Take will like kind of take that from her and hand it to him and be like, here, you can use this to point into where we should go.
He kind of like nuzzles up in your arms in a way that like his feet are kind of like his little owl feet are like buried underneath him, so he's kind of just like a ball. And he would powerfully point this staff forward and scream something along the lines of onward.
He would have fucking died if we didn't pick him up.
Yeah.
He would have come out here and turned into an icicle.
Yeah.
Alright, did we all roll for that dex save?
I'm rolling now.
I rolled a 12.
I got a 15.
I got double what Holland got.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's not good.
And I don't have advantage. I actually just have proficiency, so that's a natural 1 + 5. That's a 6.
A boulder.
Is Abaddon cursed?
I think Abaddon is cursed.
Oh no.
Taka was right. Something was cursed, and it was this little fucking boy.
What's his benefactor?
Abaddon's also going to roll.
He's good. If he rolls really high, I think he'll be really funny. Like jumps out of Take's arms, and then Take just gets smacked in the face.
He did roll really high, and what happens is that you can kind of see Abaddon like scanning this like snowy brigade, and before you can even get any indication of these rocks, he kind of like flaps his wings and like jumps out of your arms and like kicks you into a rock.
Bruh.
Dude.
He kicks you like into a rock's way as he kind of like flaps out of the way very quickly. And I'll roll. Okay, on Take, actually, what happens is that he like kicks you, and just like a pebble kind of like strikes you in the forehead and gives you a very small cut, and you take 1 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, alright.
How much HP are Take and Holland missing?
Take's missing 6 now.
I missed it. What, did a 12 beat the thing, Haley?
I also have to harm Holland.
Alright. Well, I'll answer you in a second then.
Okay, yeah, honestly, I rolled stupid low for both of them. All of you guys are able to dodge most of the big rocks. You, Holland, are also nicked by a rock, also taking 1 damage.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Taka gets fucking, like, kicked suddenly, and then a rock pelts him in the face. He just kind of, like, shakes that off for a second, and then looks at Abaddon as like, so are you good on your own then, or?
He kind of gives you a blank face, and takes like a few steps forward in the cold and takes that that warm quarterstaff, and he presses it to your forehead, and he says, "Let me cauterize the wound."
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I'm stronger than I look.
Understood.
Alright, yeah, Taka's just gonna let him walk on his own unless he asks to be picked up again.
Taka, you can give me a little insight check.
Okay. That's a 11.
I think Abaddon, kind of continues that blank stare, takes the staff off of your head, and then just starts walking.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on someone. I'm thinking Take because he has less HP overall.
I mean, Cure Wounds can
what are
heal
you
for a
at?
maximum of 8, so...
What are you at right now? Okay.
Taka's at 21.
Out of
Yeah,
27.
Go ahead and heal.
You could be losing HP for doing that, though. Because you can heal up to a max of 8 with Cure Wounds. And he only's missing 6.
I can do Healing Word then.
Alright.
I mean, it doesn't. It would take a spell slot either way is the thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
You
Could
know.
use that on Holland.
All right. I have.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I'm missing 9 HP. I have 39 HP right now.
I'm just thinking if Juby approached Take with a Cure Wounds ready, he would be like, "Oh no, I'm fine."
Okay. Yeah. Juby would shrug and then turn to Holland.
We're gonna get more of our fucking Benuis. We're gonna get down.
It's fine. He's
Not
fine.
this time.
He can handle it.
I'm feeling good about this one.
Okay,
Alrighty.
that's a 7 on the die plus I think my spell casting mod, which is 3 or 4. I think you're healed for full either way.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Would anyone like to do anything before I bring you further up the mountain?
No.
No, I'm good.
No.
Okay. Getting even further up the mountain, I must emphasize there is a bit of a path, just a tiny bit. It stops being a lit path after a while, but it is still a path, and you get to a point where you're kind of above the raging snowstorm, and so for the first time in a while, it's not snowing. It is very, very cold, but the air is not thick. It gets thinner the higher you go up. And it's quite, I describe it as beautiful, because looking up, you can see kind of a weird image of like almost illusory darkness due to this kind of being like a dome or a bubble of permanent frost. You see stars, and kind of around these stars you see these streaking colors of pink and green, and it's a effect you haven't seen before. It might be due to the magic or the curse that has kind of been placed here. Yeah, guys.
Fuck's funny.
Yeah. Aurora Borealis.
At this time of day, at this time of year, this part of the
From
country.
the country.
I was thinking
lies
Aurora.
entirely on the top of this mountain.
I was thinking Aurora Borealis. I wasn't thinking the fucking steamed hams bit.
I was thinking the steamed hams bit as well.
I'm sorry, Haley. It's really pretty, I promise. I didn't know these fuckers would start laughing.
Sorry.
I also wasn't thinking of steamed hams. It put that on the table.
God, anyway, yeah, plenty of stars, plenty of constellations up there. And the moon, a kind of permanent full moon as well. You can see that you're very near to the top of the mountain. You'll probably want to rest before you take like the final trek all the way up, as this has taken like all day. But you're getting closer. And this is the final sort of challenge before you see a resting spot ahead, which is a opening to a mine. And this mine has like permanently burning torches within it. You can see that it has not been active in quite some time, but you can see a kind of hole in the mountain ahead. But before that, you see a 10-foot gap. There's one end, and then there is a drop into icy water, and then after that 10 feet, the mountain path sort of continues on.
So,
Oh.
How wide is this?
10 feet?
You said 10 feet?
It is, yeah, 10 feet. It's kind of like a crack in the middle of the mountain, so it goes on for quite some time. It might take like another day if you wanted to go around it.
Can Abaddon fly right now? He can still fly right now. Nothing like made his. Okay, so he's good. Okay. Well,
Holland and Juby need to figure something out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Dandy with us?
Dandy,
Oh, and Dandy.
Is Dandy there?
Yeah. Dandy's
Okay.
there.
So I'm looking up how far can you throw a person in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Honestly, y'all are small. Someone help me figure it out.
I will just make that an athletics roll, and then maybe
Okay.
like if you rolled like shit, make that an acrobatics roll to see if they can like save it at the end.
And if not, you
Yeah,
fall
alright.
down the mountain and die.
Basically.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna roll to throw them. Wait, I should probably ask. Holland would ask if y'all are cool with that first.
Just also, are we take a rest, right?
Is this before or after the rest spot?
Before.
Okay.
Okay, so we have to cross this to get to the rest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Holland asked us.
I mean,
Asks,
Take's fine on his own.
Take, y'all, Banuis can jump real good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so y'all are fine. Alright, so this Juby and Dandy is who Holland is asking.
Go ahead and toss me.
Um,
He's so cool.
I think Dandy would gently place her hand on Juby's shoulder and say, "Now, Juby, before you go ball, I would like to offer." And she takes out her grappling hook.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how are you going to get across?
The You know what, Princey? You go on and throw him.
Oh, Fumbelina!
Do you call him Fumbelina?
Yeah, I did. Holy fuck.
What
Oh my
was
God.
that? What just happened?
If I was playing any other of my characters, they would help him out. But Holland is, in this moment, just as oblivious. So yeah, I'm gonna throw him.
Okay, what this was is that Chelsea was like, well, if Juby takes the grappling hook, then she's not gonna have it. And then, like, right after I said, how are you going to get across, my brain caught up and I was like, they can just toss the grappling hook back over.
Or you could just make like.
Or you could hold on to her.
Yeah, the obvious movie thing of
What's
you grab
happening?
someone and grapple with
You're
them.
cozying up!
I didn't think of that either. I was thinking you could just make a
my
line to like crawl
God.
across.
The classic movie trope of grabbing
She's
someone by the
she's-
fucking.
Yeah, she's offering if you want to like grab onto her. Oh
Okay,
my God.
Wait,
Fumbelina.
I'm so sorry. Haley, am I allowed to roll for that? Because I think Juby is smart enough to know what that means, and Chelsea just isn't.
Chelsea, I think the Dr. Fumble has struck. I think no matter what Juby says, Dandy's just gonna roll her eyes.
Okay, yeah, no, it's too late. I'm sorry, Juby. I know you have more Riz than that.
Juby has so much Riz. This is now like, if I was watching a fucking, like, this as a TV show, I would be like, oh, Juby's thing is he has a bunch of Riz, but not with her.
I fucking love the idea of Take having a thought bubble of like, wow, this is like my cool kind of Casanova friends. Like, fucking look how he said, like, yeah, you just go on and toss me. And then Dandy has a thought bubble that's like, fucking hate this guy.
My headcanon is that Juby's like, how will you get across? And then she goes, you know, just go ahead and toss him. And then Holland picks him up and starts to throw him. And he goes, wait, oh, you meant. And then Holland throws him.
That's totally what
That's what happens.
He realizes like as he's about to be launched through the air, like, no, damn it, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No, Holland rears his arms back to go for it, and then just like the split second before, Juby like turns back to Dandy, is like, oh wait, oh you meant, and then gets tossed.
Oh man, and that athletics roll is a 19.
Yeah, Juby, you are tossed, and you see Dandy get smaller and smaller as you land on the other side of the you land on the other side of this gap perfectly unharmed. If anything, you land in the softest snow, and it makes a poof as you land butt first in it.
Wow.
Fantastic. Yeah, no. Juvie, we know Juvie has Riz, but they weren't thinking about it. They didn't think to turn it on in that moment because there wasn't anything that they were necessarily gunning after.
Mm-hmm. I like that characterization. Holy shit. Alright. How's Holland getting across?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I'm a jump. Did you just?
Can you do
Does he have
that?
any like jump power?
I'm looking. How do you calculate a jump?
I'm not calculating
Um,
jumps.
Trying to see if there's
The
anything.
the bunnies have an ability that specifically lets them jump 10 feet, which makes it sound like 10 feet's a long way to jump for people that don't specifically have that ability.
When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet on foot immediately before the jump.
So what's the amount?
He has a 20 in strength, right?
Yeah.
Then he can make a long jump of 20 feet as long as he has a running start.
Wait,
Yeah.
how can I?
When you make a standing long jump, you can leap only half that distance. Either way, each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement.
Tommy can make it 15 feet.
I can make
Long
a 16-foot jump.
We didn't even need to use that
We
ability.
don't, actually. It would probably be better to save it, because it also prevents opportunity attacks from being provoked.
Yeah, well, let's just do that, actually.
Wonderful.
Well, yeah, he jumps, he makes it.
I made sure this was so doable just to see what people would do and not so I could kill you all.
I love it.
Yeah, okay. Dandy,
He would let Dandy go first.
Yeah, Dandy, cool as ever, just rolls her eyes, uses her grappling hook, swings across, and then climbs up the rope perfectly unscathed.
You don't need no man.
She don't need no man. Abaddon, he waits a little bit to see if people are getting across, and then he would just glide over very easily as well. The two Benoys can just basically one hop across. And Holland, with a running start, you may run and clear this gap as well. The thrashing water obtaining none of you.
Yay.
Alright, well, looks like we all made it across just fine, and there's a place to stop over there, so let's head over, and Abaddon, you can, now that we've made progress up the mountain, you can tell us about our new benefactor. And can I make a deception roll to pretend that I'm not embarrassed?
Yep.
Against Dandy's perception
Insight?
or insight?
Insight, yeah.
Yeah, the investigator. Let's see.
Oh, that was good. 17 plus I think 5.
Okay. Yeah, that beats out Dandy's roll. Which might be worse, because I think you come across as a little shameless. But she assumes that that you can just wipe yourself off, and she'll head to the mine shaft that you guys are gonna be staying in.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's probably worse for Juby in the long run, but that's what they would do.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Okay. Yeah, let me look at my notes.
Yo, that goes hard.
You guys. What's up?
Sorry, that beat was fire.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, okay. You guys can make it in, and inside is very illuminated in these oranges and reds, the outside being very colored by blue and white and ice and cold. But inside this mine shaft, it's almost as if it is like heated in here. It kind of just seems like the inside of this mountain is very warm. So you guys can cozy up and just chill out for a bit.
When we were outside, could we spot the tower yet?
You
Now that the
rolled,
snowstorm is lower.
I'm gonna take this from your previous roll that you rolled very well. You can see a building.
Okay.
You can see a building on top of the mountain. It is quite small. I would call it tower shaped, but not like grand.
I'm just thinking of those like little like bandit camps you can come across in Skyrim that is like a 2-story tower.
Yeah.
So
Does anyone want to do anything before Abaddon fucking like trauma dumps? I guess.
Oh no, that's what I was gonna ask for.
Wonderful.
Is this a short rest we're taking?
Up to you guys.
So y'all can get your shit back, probably, yeah?
I'm not actually missing anything.
I'm missing hit points, but my hit die will probably heal more than what I'm missing, so.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to use it optimally.
Yeah, are you...
But don't I?
You can also... How many hit dice do you have? Like 4? Because it's equal to your level, right? Because you can roll 1 and then decide if you want to roll more.
Let's just take a short rest.
Yeah.
Short rest.
Yeah, it would be a D8 plus 1.
Yeah,
So roll
Jordan,
that.
I think you should just do it.
Heal.
Okay.
You have to. I think you have to select the dice you want to roll,
Okay.
or you could just roll a real die.
Did I recover no hit points from that? What was that?
I don't know. Just roll a real die.
Okay. D8.
Now you're at full.
Yeah.
And you'll get that back when you do a long rest.
Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, you guys can get cozy. I think that while you heal, you still have Abaddon like kind of just walking up with that wide nothing stare and just like passively pressing the staff to your forehead.
Yeah, he would just say, you really don't have to do that. In fact, I can't feel it anymore.
I have 1 healing potion if needed.
Well, I'll keep that in mind for the future.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, Juby asked him to talk about stuff, if I remember right.
Yeah. I'm just prepping on how this little fuck would do that.
Spill the beans, boy.
He kind of marches back and forth as he talks, kind of like gearing himself up. He would say,
This may come as a surprise to you, but I am no ordinary child. I am an assassin.
Nobody reacts.
Tucker's eyes do widen.
Sorry, I was just writing that down. Hold on, let me roll deception. Natural 20. Juvie reacts with like the exact like level of like shock and surprise, and like leans in to get Abaddon to continue.
Okay, that he was going to be embarrassed, but don't worry, his ego is still intact. Yeah. So he.
Holland wanted him to be embarrassed.
Oh yeah.
Holland doesn't care right now.
Yeah.
He cares about two things, which is finding his friend and finding the Frost Maiden.
Right.
And he says,
An assassin sent to kill the councilman! And you have led me right to him. I wouldn't have been able to make it up this mountain myself, but now, after tricking you guys, I can complete my job!
Can I just walk over and take my staff back?
this is gonna be a strength contest.
Okay. If I can't take my staff from this kid, it's gonna be kind of embarrassing.
I do, if he tries to get away, can I just, like, be ready to grab him?
You're readying an action to grapple?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 21. Oh, is this just a straight strength check?
It's a contest, and he rolled a 9, so you're good.
Cool.
Yeah, you can successfully rip this staff away from this kid, in which he would have allowed, like, hey!
And then I just go back over to where I was and sit down.
Weirdly enough, Taka wants to know, like, how Dandy's reacting to this.
Yeah, give me an insight.
Okay. What? 4?
She looks pensive.
Okay.
She doesn't look joyous by this information, but I can't give you more than that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Take just kind of looks at him a little confused, and he says, and why are you assassinating the councilman?
Because that's what my benefactor wants.
And who is this benefactor?
Mwahaha. Why, the Frost Maiden herself, of course.
Is that true?
Why would I lie about such a thing?
How are you in contact with the Frost Maiden?
With the snowy owls.
That does check out.
He kind of digs around in his cloak for a bit, and then he takes out a what seems like a scroll, and he says,
You see, this scroll was going over to a big owl bear, but then I shot down the owl and I took it for myself. And you can see right here that I'm now in service to the Frost Maiden.
I want to grab that paper.
Yeah, he's showing us the scroll.
Yeah, I want to look at it.
Yeah, I didn't write down exactly what it says, but I wrote down the gist somewhere. Let me get it to.
Will he let me take the paper from him?
Yeah, he's kind of showing it off.
Okay, yeah, I'll grab it.
It's along the lines. It is written in like glowing blue ink. Like this looks very legit. And it says something along the lines of, I've chosen you to obtain incredible power. as long as you will service me, the Frost Maiden, as your god. With this power, you must do as I say, and you must not die, for the repercussions on your soul will be dire. And you can see that this, the ink is like shimmering in the light as if it is like made of glass.
Does the handwriting look familiar?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Taka would ask, and so, have you gained these incredible powers?
Well, not exactly. But I was thinking, if I did a really good job at toppling over the authority, then I would get the powers.
Well, I can see where your head's at, definitely. Personally, I'm not a very huge fan of authority either, but well, in this case, I mean, you know, I don't know the councilman. I don't know whether to trust him, whether or not he deserves assassination, but generally speaking, I would say the Frost Maiden is the biggest authority of all, which is the person that we're all trying to come together to topple from her throne.
I don't care about that. I'm fine with having authority over me. I'm just trying to prove myself to her.
Okay, let's be real here. We're not going to be able to let you carry out your plan. And second of all, just because you intercepted a letter doesn't mean that it makes it for you.
Well,
We cannot be associated with this. We are now having background checks done on us.
well, let's just... I'm interested in hearing this out for a second. And he kind of leans down to Abaddon and he says, and so you're trying to prove yourself just for the power, is that it?
So she will accept me into her kingdom.
And you would like that. Why?
I'd have my own room and my own bed, and I'd have servants feed me large feasts every day. What is there not to want, Jester?
Is that true? Does the Frost Maiden have a palace with rooms and a big bed and servants?
Who's saying this right now?
I don't know, me.
You don't know. Taki is like, hey, this sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
Holland would say, like, what makes you think that she would have that for you?
Well, you know, she's like an owl, and like so am I. So I think if we like met and stuff, I think she'd like me. I think that she would see my endless potential.
And Juvie, like, sort of claps their hands together and is like, well, I think that does check out. All right. I mean, as long as you're fine with all of the people that are currently trapped in the Icewind Dale, the people that are sort of, starving and in poverty, and just all of the people suffering right now. If that's the person you want to swear your loyalty to, but I would have assumed someone like you would find someone more worthy of your station to work with.
I don't care about morals. I care about having a palace.
I want to pull Take aside and talk to him real quick.
Okay. Yeah, he goes.
In a bubble, no one can hear.
No one can hear.
They're having twin speak.
Yeah. It sounds like he just needs a place to stay.
Well, yes, that much is obvious. But I'm not sure how we can talk him out of that.
I think if we offer him a place to stay, he can change his mind.
But, I mean, we don't have... I'm not sure that Frost Maiden has a palace, but I know we don't. We don't have servants or status or anything.
Well, I don't think he has anything, so I kind of imagine anything else would be an upgrade.
So, what are you suggesting, that we take him into the monastery?
I think they would accept him there.
Well, yes, I believe that's true, but should he just stay
can...
with us until then? Until we can go back? It's a long walk back.
Maybe we can find someone to escort him?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't know if he'll go for it.
Couldn't hurt to ask.
Alright. Make sure to highlight that we're not asking for his eternal soul.
Ume puts her paw on Take's shoulder and says, "You make sure to highlight that."
He just rolls his eyes. And he says, "Of course." Alright. End of twin speak, the bubble pops.
The bubble pops.
Alright. Take leans back down, looking at Abaddon, and says, "I have a counteroffer."
Okay, counter the offer.
Well, the Frost Maiden is asking for your eternal soul and is sort of being very threatening about it. And trust me, we've seen what happens to people who work for the Frost Maiden when they die. It's not pretty. So, the offer is, me and my sister come from a monastery that teaches you how to be strong in the face of this. And he just kind of gestures to the elements. And he says, and there are many children there about your age. If you would like, you could go there. And it's not a palace. You would be living a sort of just kind of normal life. But you wouldn't have to
increase your power there.
You would increase your power there. I could teach you a few things, actually. But you wouldn't have to do any of this. You wouldn't have to kill anyone or prove yourself to anybody but yourself.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Please, Take, you've only rolled bad insight checks. What the fuck? 6.
You can have advantage.
Watch me roll a nat 1 now.
I'm lending you my eyes and ears. That's your advantage. Okay.
So guess what happened?
Did you get in that one?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Sorry, my eyes and ears weren't enough.
No, I guess not.
I'm gonna give this to you because I like your performance. Sorry for the pity win. It's not a pity win. It's that I think you deserve it.
You did a good job.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Abaddon looks a little misty-eyed. But he has this deep frown. And he kind of stares at you for a bit. And then he says, Abaddon will consider his options, though I promise not to strike so hastily. Once gazing upon the face of this councilman, does that seem fair?
Personally, yes, I believe you should be able to make your own choices.
The deal is struck.
Tage once again holds out a hand.
He will take your hand and shake it firmly.
Tage also shakes it firmly. I was going to say that.
Same wavelength.
Same wavelength.
Juby uses thaumaturgy to make the wind whip around a little bit dramatically.
Yeah, that gets another.
Alright. Yeah. Take's gonna keep an eye on him, but he feels better about it.
That's good. Okay. Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Sounds like a no.
I think the jester should tell some jokes.
The jester should tell some fucking jokes.
Yeah.
Is that literally just them hanging around and Ume being like, I think the jester should tell some jokes to the open fucking... Okay.
She kind of just mumbles it to herself. But loud enough for him to hear.
Abaddon, even though he probably should not hear this, would be like, Abaddon is on the mood!
Abaddon is not in the mood.
Well, I guess if Abaddon's not in the mood, then it's not the time.
I suppose it's not.
Abaddon just draws in the fucking dirt.
What's he drawing?
A monster.
Whoa.
That's awesome.
It has those like stick arms and stick legs, and it's spiky.
Does it have any horns?
It's an owl bear.
Oh.
But yeah, taking this short rest, you guys can go back to the very tippy top of the mountain. Now knowing context on Abaddon's dark backstory.
Nice.
And here's where I have a little puzzle.
Puzzle.
Oh, I love puzzle.
Here I have a little puzzle.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Do you think there's much left? Enough to take a break now?
Yeah, we can take a break. I think that that's a good stopping point.
Okay. Cool. I have to push the button to take a break now. Whoa, that's crazy. Stay tuned.
Coggers.
Cogsers.
Coggers.
Cogsers.
Still Coggers.
No, I'm adding the Stolen Sun to it. Cogsers.
Cogsers.
Okay, bye.
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 Welcome back, Coggers. Take wanted to do something in the camp before we head off.
Yeah, I had an idea. Take would ask if Abaddon wants to learn how to use the quarterstaff.
My
Aw.
quarterstaff?
That you lent him.
I took it back.
She did take it back. But
Well, Take would ask to borrow the quarterstaff.
Does he make his intentions known?
He makes it known that he's the one who paid for it.
She gave him money back?
Would she ask?
What does he say?
Can I borrow your quarterstaff for a little bit?
For what?
Just for the rest.
I mean, what are you using it for?
He kind of rolls his eyes and he says, I thought that maybe giving him a short lesson would help convince him to abandon this assassination plot.
What if it just teaches him how to assassinate better?
Well, we won't give him the staff to keep. Again, it's just for the rest.
She kind of squints.
If you don't give me the staff, I'll just teach him how to punch things good.
Fine. She'll hand over the staff.
He'll take it and he'll smile at her. Alright, glad that was established. Yeah,
I like to role play.
you do. Yeah, Take would ask Abaddon if he wants to learn how to use it.
He would say something like
Perhaps that would be a useful skill in my artillery, where you keep all your weapons.
I think so. I think that's right.
Artillery.
Abaddon will take you up on your offer.
Take would just smile and hand him the quarterstaff. Take doesn't use the quarterstaff, but he is proficient in it. And he teaches kids how to use weapons at the monastery all the time. Take would let Abaddon hit him with it.
Oh.
Okay. You're gonna make if you want to do a specific ability, then tell me.
Yeah.
But
I
would say give me a wisdom roll, and I'll give him a. Does that weapon use dex?
That is a good question.
I think it's versatile, but monks can use dex on any
Yeah,
weapons they want.
it's not finesse, no.
Okay.
But yeah, I was thinking that Take would teach him how to use it, not just like as a quarterstaff, but like as a monk weapon. So he would like, if he's more of a dex fighter than a strength fighter, he's not a fighter. But if he would be, he would teach him how to use it in a dexterous way, and he would also be like teaching him how to go from making an attack with the quarterstaff to an unarmed strike, because that's a monk ability.
Sweet. Can you give me a wisdom?
Yes. Come on, Take, don't fuck this up. And that's just what wisdom. So.
You're not rolling very good.
He's not rolling good today. What happened to the fucking lucky rabbit thing, huh? 8.
It's my turn with the look.
Okay. 8. I'll roll for Abaddon. Oh. Okay. This kid is quite strong for his age. I think you get the most genuine moment out of him, because at the very first second of like, okay, now you can hit me, this is how you're gonna do it, he would like nod very seriously, and then just like bring the shit so hard down on like your kneecap that you just like buckle instantly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Take wasn't expecting much. He does. He's not a little bitch boy about it, but he does like he can't hide that he was caught off guard and that it stings.
Yeah, I will say, this kid is strong, but he did roll really badly. He was not intending to do this, so you would see like a flash of panic across this kid's face.
No. Yeah, no. A flash of panic comes across his face, and Taka's just like, "That was good. That was a good hit." And he would just like make notes on like, yeah, I could tell there's a lot of power behind that, and then just like go straight into like a detailed like critique of like how he's holding it, where like because he is very small and the quarterstaff is like ume sized, so maybe he's not like holding it to where he could like with the amount of strength he had like turn that all into it. And he would just be like, yeah, no, if you hold because of like how big the weapon is, it'd be better if you held it here so that you can put all of the energy from your movement into my knee. And he would just go straight into that, so he doesn't get a chance to like apologize or anything.
Oh, that for explaining that he is intentionally trying to make him not apologize, because, yeah, he just takes it like a champ. That's wonderful. Okay, Abaddon seems closer to you. I would say he's not. He's like smiling, like genuinely, and like giggling like a kid, and like kind of drops the epicness of his voice. Like he still kind of shouts, but he's not like calling you a worm or anything. He's just genuinely like, and what if I want to do like this? And I don't know. He's just acting like a kid.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Taka was very genuinely impressed, and he was his initial reaction would be to like hide that like he got a little bit hurt, just so he wouldn't feel bad. But now that he's like, oh, that fucking ship has sailed. No, yeah, that was good, and I'm really impressed. And he would make that clear.
That's very sweet. Yeah. Yeah. He would be very enthralled by all of this. You can kind of imagine from this point on until said otherwise, Abaddon's going to be walking like on your fucking heels.
This keeps happening for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah, he very clearly likes you and is staring at you with big ol' eyes. But yeah. Anything else anyone wants to do?
I get my
Heck
staff
no.
back.
Yeah, you get your staff back.
Yay.
Wonderful. Okay. Crawling up this very last inch of mountain, you guys come across a very short tower. It's a little odd how like short it is. And it doesn't even really have a door. It just has like an archway that you see into this room. It seems very clean. It's not dusty at all, but there's no life that is suspected in here. Instead, in the center of the room, you see a quite large, but you can still touch and reach all the parts of it. Scale, like the ones where you can put things on two sides. So you see a very large scale, and you see three kind of crystal shapes on the floor. There is a square, a circle, and another square.
All right. I'm gonna put the two squares on either side.
They seem to be equal in weight as the scale just evens out.
Cool.
Is there anything else we can see around?
Looking around, you see just a very clean sort of room. It's quite small. Again, you can see like moon and star patterns on the floor, and like some empty potion bottles and like trinkets lying around, but nothing that particularly stands out.
So sorry, there's a scale and then
Circle, not a triangle.
yeah.
There is a
Sorry.
there's a scale in the center of the room, and then there's these crystalline sort of blocks. One of them is a square, one of them a circle, and then another one is a square.
All right. Yeah, can we look at the crystals a little closer? See if there's anything like different between the two squares.
Even just they can fit in your palms.
Mhm.
Picking up these squares, they seem to be exactly the same. They seem to be very like professionally cut out of crystals, and you can see through them. And if any light from the torches hits them, it reflects onto the ground and the and around you. They seem to be about the same weight. They seem to be exactly the same. When you pick up the circle shape, it seems a bit heavier than the two squares, but it seems to be made of the same material.
Okay.
So we gotta break the circle in half.
Probably shouldn't start breaking shit.
I pull out my lightsaber.
You don't.
And Andy, you compared the two squares in the scale,
Yeah.
and they were of equal weight.
Alright. Can we try comparing the weight of the two squares on one side and the circle on the other?
You, Juby, can place two squares on one side of the scale, and that weighs that down, and then one circle on the other side, and they seem to be of equal weight. Doing that, you hear a sort of Rube Goldberg machine go off, and it makes a ding, resulting in two more shapes falling from the ceiling and kind of landing heavily at your feet. A star and another square, much like the other ones.
Okay. Can we put the star on one side and like just put on squares until they're equal?
Yeah. You put the star on one side, and let me just do some math real quick. Okay, yeah. You put the star on one side, and it seems much heavier than any of the squares, because you put one of the squares, you put two of the squares, and then you put all three of the squares, and that is when they seem equal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So 3 squares equals 1 star.
Does a ding go off or no?
No.
3 stars, or sorry, star and a square on one side, and 2 squares and a circle on the other.
You do that combination. You hear that Rube Goldberg machine go off, and another ding, and 2 more shapes fall from the ceiling. A heart shape and a circle shape.
So the last thing was a circle and a square, and then a star and a square.
Wait, sorry, say again?
The last thing was once the star and a square on one side, and then the circle and 2 squares on the
Yeah.
other side? Okay.
I say put heart on one side and circle on the other, just to see what we got.
The heart and the circle seem to be the same weight.
This is just like the fox and the chicken and the grain of
Not
bag of
really.
grain. It's just like that.
Not really. So we have
Puzzle. I did specifically make this puzzle to just give Val some mental math.
okay. I was like trying not to take over because Ume is like 0 intelligence technically, but
God, this is a puzzle for Val, not a puzzle for Ume.
Yeah.
okay, cool.
Next episode is my Holland episode, in which I make a puzzle geared for Holland.
Oh.
Shit.
This episode is kind of for everybody, and I wanted to make a math puzzle.
Okay, cool.
So
it was...
let me list your shapes real quick. You have 3 squares, 2 circles, 1 star, and 1 heart.
Okay, because it was a heart and a circle that dropped last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So... So we have 12 now. So we could do... Okay, sorry. Hold on. I have to write down what we have again. So it was 3 squares.
Not 3 squares.
Not 3 squares.
3 circles / hearts.
So 2 circles and a heart.
2 circles and a heart.
I want to keep this in mind.
Okay.
And then
1 star.
1 star. Okay. So yeah, so 3 squares and a star on one side, and then the 2 circles and the heart on another side.
Okay. You said 3 squares
and a star.
And a star.
And then 2 circles and a heart.
Yeah. You put those shapes in their space, and for the last time you hear that machine go off, and you hear that brilliant ding, and it is as if the floor that you all are standing on, this beautiful hardwood floor that's very clean, starts slowly descending into the map.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping it would like suddenly open beneath us and we go down a big slide.
Haley, can you
That'd
change
be
it?
awesome. Haley, can you change it, please?
No, I like the elevator.
No, it's slowly descending. That's my epic whatever.
We're in the Danganronpa elevator.
No, we're not. We're in
There's a
something
shot
cooler.
of all of us from above.
And next time we come here, there will be 1 less person.
2.
2 less people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and as this descends further and further down, you can start to see many shelves start to appear with like many trinkets. There are several that look like the auto gnomes, kind of like torn apart, or like different limbs of them. It doesn't seem like they've been torn apart maliciously. It seems as if they have been scavenged in some way. Along with this, you see plenty of precious gemstones and other machinery. Some that remind you of the hand cannons, although none of them seem like weapons. So you keep on descending further and further down, and I would describe this place as having a similar aesthetic to Wally's like trailer that he has.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, and slinking further and further down, you can see, once you reach the bottom, This is a grand tower, but as if that tower was built into the mountain itself and not really being seen. It's just all within. Because you guys go down for a while, and once you reach the bottom, and the floor kind of shakes as it slots into place, you can see in front of you at a workbench, kind of tinkering with the robot from the beginning of the episode, that gray little thing that was reading off a message. You can see a kind of older looking gnome man with a bushy, like Pringles guy mustache, um, and long like lab coat behind him, as he has like a vest and tie, and goggles on his head. And he turns around, slapping his hands together. You can see that he's wearing these fingerless gloves that have like four-leaf clovers kind of etched into them. And he turns around, and he says, huh, well, that is much faster than I anticipated. Welcome, welcome.
Hello. I take it that you're Councilman Lucky?
Tis I. What is your name?
My name is Take. This is the party that I traveled here with. Can Take look at Dandy's face again?
Julie
Yeah.
also wants to do that.
Yeah, both of you roll insight.
Can I look at Abaddon?
Yeah.
We're all just fucking looking at each other.
And yeah, you roll insight on that, but
Okay.
Oh, so now you're okay.
10 for me.
16.
14.
14. Okay. Juby and Take can get about the same. Dandy has this sort of recollection in her eye, and she kind of like clenches her fist. Abaddon, on the other hand, is completely uninterested in this man. He's very consumed in Take's presence.
Alright.
He's very just little brothering it up right now. And I think, as you can see, Dandy kind of stiffen in her place, that Councilman Lucky kind of narrows his eyes at her, and very joyously says, with no ill will in his voice, he says, Miss Dandelion, it has been a while.
Dandelion.
Dandelion.
Aww.
Yeah.
And Dandy looks very clearly embarrassed by this, and I think she would kind of spit out quite quickly something along the lines of she'd laugh nervously and be like, yes, I've not gone by that in quite a while, but hello, sir. And he would return back. Yeah, you know, it really has been a while. Have you been adventuring all this time? Yes, I have, making a life for myself, and I'm just surprised, is all. Have you seen your mother lately? No. So. Okay. Yes. Well, if you are friends of Miss Dandelion, then you are friends of mine. And, well, welcome, to my residence. I have not had any visitors in quite a while, but as matters are pressing, the pressing matters. We must press on.
Oh, that's awesome.
Sorry, what was the last bit that he said right there?
We must press along.
Matters are pressing, the pressing matters, we must press on. Okay, got it.
Press on.
Alright, okay. Yeah, Take would say, of course, I wasn't aware that you two knew each other so well, but, of course, we heard that you were looking for a team of people to defeat the Frost Maiden with, and, well, he just kind of, like, gestures.
And here you are.
And here we are.
Yes. Well, I will say I'm a tad unprepared, as I did not expect anyone to achieve the goal of the scavenger hunt so quickly. But as you are here, I must say, there is an item that I am looking for. We may talk specifics later, but I must say, welcome to my place of residence. I offer you all of my political power, and I must tell you that the other council people are unwilling to help me in these affairs. And, well, I just don't agree with it. I don't agree with locking away the mountain, locking away any possibility or hope of any adventurer of defeating the Frost Maiden. I don't believe in it. Along with that, some of the council people have been releasing dangerous weapons into the Icewind Dale in order to oppress the people. In order to protect them, but in my opinion, in order to oppress them. And, well, this is to say that this test was merely to see if you would be willing to obtain a key from me. I know it may be hard to hear, but I, at my position, do not have access to the gate keys. That is for the capital councilwoman and no one else. So, I must ask, giving all the resources that I can, I will assist you in bringing you to the gate, using the key, anything that you need, and hopefully with all of the resources at your fingertips, I implore you to defeat the Frost Maiden. I know people who may train you, who may give you magical items, whatever you may need. I need your willingness to break the law for the greater good and perhaps expand upon yourselves and risk death. Are you all willing to do that and help me?
I look over towards Dandy.
Is she just staying quiet?
I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting Dandy's head right now. I'm gonna something. I think Dandy says, now, sir, breaking the law, that seems, well, that just seems unethical to ask your lowerlings to obtain illegal items and bring them back to you. Sir, I am just unwilling. I apologize, really. In all honesty, I'd rather go. I think that we've been doing this
just fine on her lonesome. Huh?
And she kind of turns to look at the party.
Can I actually roll an insight on Lucky? See if he's telling the truth?
Yeah, you know what? Juby would also want to do that because I will say, like, hearing the initial offer, Juby was, like, definitely, like, I think they definitely, like, look excited, like, oh wow, this is, like, the only council person I've ever met who I've, like, vibed with. But knowing that, hearing Dandy be that hesitant is, like, getting the gears in his brain turning, so, yeah.
That's a 1 for me. A natural 1. That also goes down to a 0.
Okay.
Insight on the councilman.
Yeah.
Juby gets a 15 on the die. I'm proficient in insight, so that is +4 +2, I think.
21. 21? Sorry.
+4 +2, 21.
Mm-hmm.
Juby, you think this man is completely honest and wears his heart on his sleeve. Ume, you think this guy is really sus.
Oh my god.
You think this guy's a ghost?
Okay.
No, I don't. You do.
For Ume, I'll give you context, and we're going to learn more context about this. From what Ume has been told, by the person in which she is in contact with, the other council people are all frauds and ballsless and are not capable of running anything appropriately with order. And that is what she has heard, and maybe that's not exactly how she feels, but I think something about the words of perhaps Dandy being like, we've been fine on our own, and the kind of point of being like, this guy just wants us to do his dirty work for him. You can interpret that how you want, but it might just be coming off like it's not a very good deal for whatever political power he may provide.
What did Ume roll?
A natural 1.
Okay.
But
right.
with Juby, I must emphasize, you just truly think this is just a very honest man who maybe doesn't have, like, the most put together plan, but he probably could if you just, like, were nice and worked with him. He doesn't seem stupid.
And that was with
Yeah.
a 21.
So 21 versus nat 1.
Okay.
I know where I stand.
Mm-hmm. Here's Juby's. Wait, let me think of Juby's, like, line of thought here. The initial, like, suspicion that they had was, okay, Dandy is, like, attempting to come across as, like, oh, well, we wouldn't want to break the law. I think we're all fine. We're on our own. So Juby's initial suspicion was, oh, is this something of, like, like a sting operation almost, where, like, he's gonna send us out to do something illegal, and then it's like, well, okay, because it seems like he's genuinely wants to do this. Is this gonna be a situation where he sends us out to do this, and then if it works, then we all benefit, but if we fail, then we get the repercussions and he doesn't? But on a 21, if he seems, like, genuine about this, then I guess Juby's line of thinking is, okay, then it's something specifically personal having to do with Dandy then. Yeah, so then it's nothing about what this guy is like. It's something to do with Dandy specifically. So oh god, what are they gonna say in response? I think Juby says, well, okay, you know what, how about let's all talk it over. Sorry, councilman, I think our little party here needs to talk things over, and then we can see what we're going to do about that, if you'll let us have a private moment.
Of course, take your time. No need to rush.
Great, okay.
All right, private moment.
The bubble.
All right, yeah, we're all
The
circled
bubble
up.
form.
Okay.
We're doing the thing where we have our arms on each other's shoulders and we're like looking down and there's a camera that's looking right up at us.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera looking up at us is Abaddon.
Just neck craned up.
So we suddenly care about doing illegal things now?
Does Take say that to Dandy?
It kind of, yeah, just like yeah.
Well,
Yeah, good to know you've had a sudden change of heart along this journey.
don't mess with me, Juby. I'm merely being cautious. This man is lawful, and while I don't believe he is a bad person, I merely think we have done good enough on our own, and why meddle? Why meddle?
Take like looks up at the guy and then back down into the huddle and is like, he just said that we should be willing to break the law like 5 times.
Well, you see, that's how they get you.
What exactly is your experience with him?
Well, when I was smaller, I used to live with all the council people, and, well, I'm just a bit burned.
By all the council people or him specifically?
All of them, but he is certainly a part of it.
Is your mom part of it as well?
Yes. Still is.
Did we know that?
Yes, he mentioned her mom.
Right. Okay.
With
Okay.
such large ears, you can't listen well.
Okay. Taka says, well, if you're worried about our ability to, go at our own pace with this kind of thing, we can establish that now. We don't have to give that up necessarily.
Mm-hmm. Listen, I completely understand your reservations here. Obviously I'm not one to trust people in those sorts of positions, but look, he seems like a pretty honest person to me. I'm not saying that we trust him completely, but I am saying that we could probably negotiate something. He said he was offering magical items of some sort. We could just take one of those and be on our way.
Well, maybe you're right.
I don't... Sorry.
I just don't think we need him, but
If we can get anything, then we can get something.
Exactly. Look, we don't need to have be working on his payroll or anything, or on his time. This can just be a short interaction where, we can get more out of him. If you don't want to deal with any of these council people very much, which is perfectly fine.
I do think it could benefit us to make use of his resources, but I don't believe we should make any promises to him.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Y'all have worn me down. We may threaten with him.
All right.
Bubble pop.
Yeah, Take leaves the huddle and then goes, all right, we have decided to fraternize with you.
I think Dandy just fucking smacks the back of his head.
Ah.
Ome smacks her face.
He claps his little gnome hands together and he says, perfect, we'll fraternize away. It is getting quite late. Would you mind staying for dinner? I do have many rooms down here if you would like to rest. I also have snowbirds and a sled to return down the mountain tomorrow, if we would rather speak on it tomorrow.
This place isn't haunted, is it?
Now, what gave you that impression?
Everyone is acting like I'm crazy for thinking that an inanimate object speaking with a humanoid voice doesn't sound like it's haunted or cursed.
The auto gnome.
No, that was just a gnome.
What the? That's a gnome! He's pointing to Lucky.
Goodness. No. How about you all sit down for a lesson? This is an autognome. It is a artifact of Netherrill. I found it deep within one of the mountains within the ruins. That was years ago when I first discovered them and pillaged them of all of their goods, and he kind of gestures around all the shells. And, well, these spoils are all around you. Netherrill was very apt with technology, far greater than our own, and, well, these are the scraps that they left behind. Nothing haunted, just smartly manufactured.
Oh, okay. So I've just said something extremely stupid. Got it.
Yes. Although I do applaud your thinking skills. You tried. He claps his hands together again once more and he says, tea?
Go for tea.
As long as I don't get possessed by a ghost in my sleep, I'm fine staying here.
I think his eye twitches a little bit. But he makes some lavender chamomile tea for you guys.
That's the kind that Haley likes.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that.
That's my favorite tea.
Is Abaddon having tea?
Abaddon wouldn't like the taste of tea.
That's okay.
I think what happens
is that he takes a sip of it and then he just keeps on adding milk until it's basically just milk.
Good for him.
But yeah. So, table talking here. I have fun stuff to do when you guys are asleep.
Ooh.
So, what do you think? If there was any, the information that you can get from this guy is that he's just a very joyous, normal man, and he likes inventions, and he really wants to help, and he's a bit of an introvert and weird. But yeah, he would say that he has his like steeds outside in like a stable that you guys somehow just like glossed over. But yeah, they're like birds with like kind of webbed feet, and they can very easily travel through snow. And yeah, he's a bit. His goal right now is find a key, and then just like whisk you guys away, skip all the hard parts, and just move you straight to the gate. Basically, that's his personal goal.
Oh, okay.
That's
Obvious.
That's interesting, and also like immediately like all of the alarm bells have gone off in my head, which is like, okay, I don't necessarily think he's lying about that, but there's no way that's the correct option.
No, that we obviously know that Dandy loves to take the scenic route. So, direct
Sorry, what'd you say?
Oh, sorry, I'm not talking to the mic. We obviously know that Dandy likes to take the scenic route, so there's a direct conflict of interest there.
So, but we wouldn't be giving him the key. Just us having it is enough, or
Yeah, what he's trying to do is just expedite the process, and like he just has a shit ton of money, and he's just trying to. I'm gonna tell you the flaws in the plan right now. He's trying to give a level 4. He's trying to build a bridge over all XP earning opportunities, and he's trying to load you up on a bunch of magic weapons and then send you to the final boss.
oh god,
Yeah,
Because we knew how to do math.
that's what really proved it to him.
No, yeah, it is the sort of like major flaw in the plan is that like Juby would hear this initially be like this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened. This is exactly what I've been trying to do for like the past couple of months that we've been here, and then thinks about it and like realizes that exact thing of like, wait, if we skip through all of the towns, then it's just going to be like us at level 4. Oh, gee. Oh, this guy has not thought this through. Like, because no, yeah, his plan is just, okay, I'm gonna throw as many people and resources at this as possible, like, quantity over quality, which is not the way to go.
Yeah, which is why the mission requirements are the bravest people and not the strongest and most capable people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think our best outcome here is be like, okay, give us a bunch of like money and cool weapons and shit. We'll go look for that key. We'll be back as soon as we find it.
Yes. I assume that this would actually be a discussion that we're having like in universe or
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
It might be hard to get all of the like nuances I'm trying to drop in just like casual conversation, but like over the course of like he's making you dinner, he's feeding you tea, and you're like asking more questions, and he's revealing that. And that's the sort of picture I'm trying to paint here.
Yeah, no, I do think when we have like a moment alone, we are discussing like, okay, it seems like he's being, we all think Juby would be like, hey, I think he's being 100% genuine about his plan. I just don't feel confident that it's going to work.
Yeah. The real reason we can't do this is literally just like, actually, we can't save Middle Earth just by dropping the one ring into Mount Doom. We have to get Legolas and Gimli to be friends.
Yeah.
You don't understand. It's important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. So it is like, yeah, so it would be like, we get the resources from this guy, but we go at our own pace so that we can build up our own experience and allies and information so that we can do this.
We kind of like not only are we an experience parentheses level 4 close parentheses, but we also kind of don't know a whole lot, and it would be good to try to gather information before we burst open the ice doors.
Oh yeah.
I think that would like, so that our characters wouldn't be like, yeah, because we're all level, well, no, I guess we could be like that, but yeah, we would be like, ooh, we're not super confident in our like abilities as a group yet, but also like, we've been slowly learning more stuff about the Frost Maiden and all of this stuff, like, through each town. It would probably be bad to skip all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so just like take his money, take his magic items, and bounce. Good plan.
Yeah.
One thing oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, last bit, if anything, Juvie would like try to lift sort of Dandy's confidence in this by being like, okay, yeah, perfect. This is like, we're basically kind of scamming this guy a little bit because we're not going to come back afterwards.
Yeah. The one thing I'm thinking, this might be a good opportunity to get like someone who's on this guy's payroll, and can be trusted to escort Abaddon to the monastery.
Yes, I
True.
was thinking that.
Unless he's coming with us, so we gotta decide now. Are we equipping him, or is he?
He is 7 years old.
He's 7 years old. He's gonna be traveling with someone he doesn't know, going somewhere where nobody knows him.
As much as sorry, go ahead.
Probably not a good idea to equip a 7-year-old on a dangerous mission.
Yeah, as much as I do love him, he should be safe.
Yeah.
You have to be able to let go of the ones you
I'm
can.
just worried he's gonna feel like we're getting rid of him.
I don't think he'll feel
No,
like that.
we're sending him to get monk training.
Yeah.
We are sending him to get monk training.
Yeah.
I just don't know how a 7-year-old brain is gonna.
I think you can convince him. He'll do anything you say.
Yeah, I think he'll be alright.
Even if the thing I say is leave me alone.
Well, you're not going to word it like that.
No.
I also would like to say, Holland does not like how we're wording this plan at all. Everyone's like, yeah, you just, like, take his money, take his power and influence, and then fucking ditch him. And he's like, okay, I don't like that, but it's fine.
Taka would be more like, oh, well, let's be clear about our intentions and, like, work out with him why exactly we think it's better if we, go on foot and have some time to prepare and get information. He could even argue that, but he doesn't, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of neutral on it. He could go either way.
Holland is under the impression that we're gonna come back for this guy once we're leveled up. If you're wording it like that.
Let's go defeat the Frost Maiden and then come back and be like, we found a key.
Oh my god.
Surprise, we did it.
We did it.
Surprise. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Take would suggest that we could just take his stuff and lie to his face and bounce, Or we could, try to explain why we think it's better to have more time to investigate and prepare as we make our way to the gate on foot.
Well, that is sort of the boring option, but I guess it would also save us the trouble of coming across some other Juvie briefly glances down at Abaddon and then back at the group. Some other adventurers who are maybe less experienced than us getting sent out.
Yeah, Tuggy nods and says, yes, it really is just, do we want to take what we can now, or perhaps maybe if we're more honest, we can get even more resources from him for a longer period of time. Of course, without strings attached. We would make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do we think?
That seems like a good plan.
All right.
I will say, if you guys bring up, like, we need to get Abaddon back to the monastery, he would offer Miss Celeste to come, like, pick him up in the morning.
Oh. Yeah.
On one of his awesome birds and take him away.
Yeah.
Oh, I got their birds too.
Yeah, Take would tell Abaddon, all right, we're trying to find a way to get you back to our monastery. Just tell them that you know us and that Take would name drop his best student there and be like, okay, and then this is the person that's going to teach you. They have to do it. If they try not to do it, tell them that I told them to do it and they'll do it. Yeah, and he'll try to make it sound cool and mystical and fun, and then also tack on, and you'll be riding a real steed on the way there.
Real steed gets this little boy's heart pumping. But he would say,
but I still get to sleep over, right? For tonight?
Yes, sure, of course.
Do you know any games?
Any games in your phone?
I know hide and seek. I would suggest going outside for that, but the weather's a little biting out there.
I can hide in here.
I suppose we could ask if that's all right.
Hey, sir!
yes, what?
Can we play hide and seek in here?
Yes, knock yourself out.
I asked,
Looks at you expectantly.
What did he say?
He said, I asked.
Yeah, alright. Take would clap his hands together, and say, alright then, do you want to hide or do you want to seek?
I'll seek you hide!
Okay. He goes. And I just play hide and seek.
Yeah, he would make Take do this with him until he tires himself out.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, I would love to cozy you guys all up for bed.
I was kind of wanting to talk to Lucky one-on-one at some point before bed.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay. Either after everyone's kind of dispersed or just pulling them off to the side or whatever, I want to say, so when's the last time the council has convened?
We have been convening. I send my representative autonomes, but we have been attempting to convene every week. No one can fully agree on what to do about this. Some opinions stronger than others.
I see. How is Miss A doing?
He kind of looks very serious and says, I do not like that woman.
I think it's pretty obvious that Ume's face is kind of like suddenly turned like skeptical towards him, and she's just like, really?
Yes. Her ambitions, although admirable, I simply find her dangerous, using and promoting the use of netherreal weapons by the government, doing underhanded practices with her citizens. It is clear that she is trying to take advantage of this situation, and I don't like it one bit.
Ume is also thinking on that. What did? Sorry, what did he say about the netherreal weapons?
She's promoting the use of them by, like, the government.
Oh man. Well, I think Ume will say, well, maybe she has plans that you don't understand quite yet.
Maybe so. As a fellow member of the council, I have to respect her and her drive. At the very least, she is trying. Although I may not see eye to eye, I can admire that. Are you from her town? Are you your representative?
Am I?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am.
Well, then I suppose it makes sense.
Thanks, Hank.
Sorry, Hank is chowing down.
That's just Abaddon playing with the Wally toys.
He's putting them in his mouth.
Oh, God.
He's putting them in his mouth and jingling them around.
What was the last thing he said?
He said, I suppose that makes sense. and then kind of trailed off. I imagine he seems very thoughtful.
Hmm. Well, once you meet again, I guess if you could, I don't know, tell her I said hi.
Hmm. Okay. Next time I see her, I will bring this high forth.
Thanks.
He looks a little skeptical of you, but he lets it slide. He just keeps tinkering at his desk.
Right. I think I think she'll kind of also be lost in thought, and she'll give him the old Irish goodbye and just walk off, thinking to herself.
Okay.
And then go to bed.
Awesome. I actually also have something that I wanted to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, coincidentally, I was going to do this even before we had that scene, but Juvie would like to talk to Dandy one-on-one.
Okay. Yeah, you approach Dandy, and she hits you with her classic sort of greeting for you, which is just like hands on hips and going like, Jubilee.
Thanks. So, how are you feeling about this, I guess, deal that we have in the works? I know you've been pretty hesitant, but I hope that, I hope that we've all come to that we can all do this in a way that is good for all of us.
Well, I understand I may be coming off a tad dramatic, but I truly just don't want this to reach my mother, and it certainly will. So, the band-aid has already been pulled off. If we can get what we want from this old man, then, well, at least there's some winning.
Mm. Do you think that your mother is going to do anything, or is this more of just a personal issue between the two of you?
Well, I just haven't talked to her in years, and well, she doesn't know I'm in town. I'd rather her not know, honestly.
And that makes sense. I'm yeah, Juby will like attempt to look casual, but it's clear that like they're being like, they can't help but be sympathetic right now, and he's just like, I well, I won't press you on it if you don't want to talk about it, but that makes sense. I can understand why you'd want to. That there's just some people that you want to avoid for a bit.
Can you sympathize?
Yeah. I mean, well, we're stuck in this these towns for now, so I guess at this point I don't really have a choice not to go visit, but um I I just been busy. You know, I'm a traveler. I don't really stay in one place for too long, so sometimes the time just gets away from you, and you uh, forget to visit.
Well, it's a bit different for me. I was born here, but I haven't been here in years, and my mom's just been staying up in the capital working for all the council people. I only came back to give her something, and by the time I was ready to chicken out, this whole curse hit, and now I'm stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'd do if I were I mean, I'm admittedly I've already been going pretty stir crazy just being stuck in one place for so long. I'm not really sure what I'd do if I was stuck in one place for so long and had to know that my family was so close by.
It feels unavoidable, really, even if we're weeks travel apart. Just feels like it's. Well, it feels like I'm gonna have to talk to her. And with Lucky, he'll certainly tell her, send one of his auto gnomes, and then I really can't avoid it. I can't run from the shame after that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about something. Um. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna roll a deception. I'm gonna say this. Juby's gonna say the same thing no matter what, but whether or not I succeed will make it clear why they are saying it, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, cool. That is a 6 plus. Geez. Okay. Plus, what is it? Plus 3. It's like a. It's like 11, I think.
Well, she rolled much worse, so go ahead with your deceiving.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not deception as much as it is. I'll just say it, and she can draw whatever conclusion she wants from it.
Yeah.
Juby's like, well, I mean, is there a way to get out of that? Could we, I don't know, I mean, I guess that we could always ask him not to do so, but if you think he's going to send a message to your mother anyway, I don't know. We could think of some sort of way to we could probably think of some sort of way to get around this, I'd think.
She kind of grins and she says, "You are a bad influence, Juby."
Yeah, he laughs and I think he just shrugs and is like, well, I sure hope so.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you want to come over here to talk about my mother, or did you have something else in mind?
Oh, right. I did have something else in mind. I guess I just sort of got caught up in. Well, you know, family is complicated. Right. I wanted to talk to you about Ume. Well, I guess let's start with this. Have you noticed anything, I don't know, weird nor notable about her?
Well, her and her brother are Tweedledark and Tweedledum. And
Oh, okay. Well, Take certainly seems a bit oblivious at times, but I wouldn't call him dumb necessarily.
maybe so. I guess. She seems suspicious. I don't know what for. Some people are just like that. Why? Did you get something interesting?
Yeah, I did. Some people are certainly just like that, but in this particular case, you know, all of those netherreal weapons that we had actually just been discussing a bit ago.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ume appears to be the cause of them going missing, I suppose I'll say. There was in the first town we went to, she seemed pretty straightforward about you know, we could all discuss what we would do with them the next day, and then the next day they were gone when we woke up, and apparently they were just you know, given to the like proper channels. The second time though, I did catch her going on a bit of a late night walk, and when I went to check on the hole that you dug outside of that hag's house, wouldn't you know it, there was a whole lot of nothing in there.
What do you think she's doing?
Right now, can't say for sure. I mean, wait, sorry, I'm genuinely trying to remember what Juby knows. As it is just that, so what conclusion would they come to without knowing anything else about her? Okay, Juby will say, yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I had been thinking, with her brother being so, so open and honest and straightforward that she might be just giving them over to the other council. Wait, no, to the other members of the police force or something, or wherever they came from. But I don't know why. I suppose I don't know why she would hide it if that were the case.
My guess would be black market. People are restless and maybe she was desperate for the extra cash. I can't blame her, but
Yeah, no, that isn't really ideal. Especially if these weapons are as dangerous as they seem, and if they're being put out by these other members of the council. It sounded, I mean, obviously we don't have all the context, but it sounded like from Councilman Lucky that these were being given out to the it's sort of being like produced or found on purpose. So I guess I'm just concerned about sort of what effect that's going to have.
She also could just be keeping them for herself.
Sorry, I started eating a cracker. I don't know why I decided to do that in the middle of the dialogue. Yeah, Juby takes out a cracker and eats it, and it's just kind of chews on it for an uncomfortable 5 seconds.
She would gently smack his hand and be like, "Stop that."
Okay. Sorry, what was the last thing she asked?
She said she could just be keeping them for herself,
Yeah, so Juby will say, that is a fair point. I've been assuming that she's, I don't know, giving them to someone or putting them somewhere else, just because I'm not entirely sure how she would be keeping all of those somewhere.
Well, I get what you are putting down, Juby, and I will keep an eye on her, an investigative eye.
Ooh. Right. Yeah. Like any other mystery, could be nothing.
But it could be something. Well, you've got me on the case.
Okay, sorry, that was really distracting. It was just pitch black dark for a second.
Oh goodness.
Okay, anyways, Juby nods. And I think says, very honestly, I know I can count on you.
I think she smiles, and when she walks away, she does that cartoon fox thing where she like tickles your nose with her tail as she just like turns. And yeah. Okay, is there anything else anyone wants to do?
No.
No.
Okay. Then I would like to move to the last scene where you all get into a restful sleep. Abaddon, what's the sleeping arrangements for everyone? There's plenty of rooms. This is like a weirdly like he kind of has like a legit like multi-roomed tower just built underneath this mountain here.
Wow. Holland goes to bed early, just like every day. So he would find the largest bed and curl up in it.
Take would say to Abaddon, like, are you excited to sleep in your own room for the night?
Abaddon finds this enjoyable and exciting.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. It's no palace, but it certainly is very generous. And of course, if you need anything, you'll know where we are.
Of course. And you will sleep in your own room? Do you usually do that?
I mean, yeah, we, Taka and Ume have separate rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taka says, well, yes, I usually do, though I, roomed with many people when I was young, including my siblings.
Siblings?
Yes, my sister and my brother.
I was wondering why that one looked like you.
Was that not I did tell you that she was my sister during introductions.
Yeah, but you looked too alike. I assumed she was a golem of your creation, sir.
That would be very impressive if I knew how to do that. No, she's my twin sister.
Understood.
All right.
Do you like her?
What?
Do you like her? Is she your friend?
Of course I do.
He stares at you.
Should I not like her?
No, I just didn't know.
Okay. Well, now you know.
Do you talk each other in?
Talk each other in. Into what?
Bed.
Oh! I thought you said talk.
Oh.
Well, no. Our brother would sometimes when we were very young, but it's been a very long time since he's done that, and it would be kind of weird for him to do it now.
Why?
Well, because we're adults.
Why?
Because when you get older, you become an adult.
Is that gonna happen to me?
Yes. Hopefully.
Okay.
Do you want to be tucked into bed? Since you're still a child and everything?
Abaddon doesn't need this!
Well, I did ask if you wanted to, not if you needed to. What?
He turns away.
Well, I'll do it anyway. So yeah,
Fine.
Take would lead him into one of the rooms. Make sure he's got everything he needs. Would ask if he wants like water or anything.
He wants water with 3 ice cubes.
All right.
You should give him water with only 2 ice cubes.
He's not gonna do that. Take would go and
No.
get him
That'd be
water with 3
hilarious.
ice cubes, and then come back and then ask if he needs anything else.
No, he'd be happy.
All right. All right. Yeah. Take would give him his water and get him into bed. And then he'd say, "All right. Well, good night, Abaddon. I'm sorry that I won't be able to accompany you to the monastery tomorrow, but they will be nice to you. If they're not nice to you, I'm going to be very mad at them when I get back."
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Night.
Did your classic Take tuck.
The classic Take tuck.
Okay, talk.
All right. Take would say goodnight and then give him a little wave as he turns the light off and goes to his own room.
You all cozy into bed in windowless rooms that somehow don't feel suffocating. They feel very comforting, and these are probably the warmest rooms you've been in a long time. If Val would walk with me for a moment,
I'm walking.
we're going to explore not a dream, but a memory.
Oh boy.
A while ago, after the curse had befallen the Icewind Dale and darkness overtook and hope has wavered, money is hard to come by, security is hard to come by, crimes have skyrocketed even within the monastery. The children are misbehaving and becoming antsy. Take tries his best to wrangle them all, and for the most part, he's doing fine. Matsu has become despondent lately, but in the way that he always was. It makes him more passionate in his own quiet way, but he becomes very determined to find some solution to this. And Ume, without an incredible passion or children distracting you, you find yourself wandering one day. Wandering near the monastery in the town of Shandar. It's been snowing non-stop. Usually you would be shedding by this time of year, but your coat has only gotten thicker and it feels suffocating at times. But as you walk, looking down at the ground, you walk past an alleyway and you see on the ground, just atop the white snow, a shining gold coin. What did Ume do?
She would look around and then go and grab it.
You pick it up, and you can inspect it in your hand. Although there is not a lot of moonlight, because it is covered by cloud and snow. The lanterns that are dimming as the night grows darker reflect light off of this. And you hear a voice from the sort of shadows in that alleyway that you walk past. And that voice says, "Your name is Ume, right?"
She would kind of go into like a defensive stance at the sound, but she would just say, "Who's asking?"
Someone with money.
She thinks for a moment. Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Arielai, but you will refer to me as Miss A. Is that understood?
She kind of gets not so defensive in stance and says, "Yes."
Very good. I've been scouting you as councilwoman of Shandar. I've realized that the Icewind Dale is out of control. And looking amongst my people, I think that you shine above the rest. There's something within you that others simply lack. And she tosses another gold coin onto the snow a bit closer to the alleyway as if leading you. And she says, "I was wondering if your services would be available."
He looks around in thought for a moment and says, "There wasn't anyone else at the monastery you were eyeing up that would be a better choice?"
I understand the insecurity with two siblings. But I must tell you, Ume, I see myself in you. I've been watching from a distance now, respectfully, of course. Your brothers are preoccupied with their own minds. But you have potential to rise above. To make a name for yourself outside of the face you share with your brothers. much like how I, well, much like how I would like to stand out against the other council people. That is to say, I've picked you, Ume, because no one else would. Don't take that as an insult. I merely see your potential.
We will walk towards the coin on the floor, and not picking it up yet, she'll look down at it and say, "What do I need to do?"
It's simple. I will give you weapons, materials, and orders. And money, of course. As long as you round up criminals and unknown objects, listen to what I say, and understand that I have this town's best interest in part. And this entire Icewind Dale I treasure, really. But my council people consider them my brothers and sisters. Don't think of it as I do. And they have laws in place and regulations and bureaucracy. What I'm asking you to do is be a vigilante of sorts. And, well, that's my pitch. Are you interested?
We will think for a moment, but she will pick up the coin and nod.
Wonderful. Truly, Ume, you may not know me, but I do see myself in you. You have potential. You have so much potential. Others may not see it, but I do.
Thank you, Miss A.
I'll be in touch. And as she turns, the light from the torches hits her, and you can see that she's a purple tiefling with short black hair and a fluffy white jacket that contrasts from the shadows that she's residing in a flapper style sort of cigarette holder that creates a smog similar to the frost that surrounds you. And as she turns, you can hear her heels kind of clicking against the stone floor. And although it doesn't make sense, you've seen that alleyway before, there's just a dumpster at the back of it. She just seemingly disappears into thin air.
Wow.
That is merely a memory. If I could bring you all somewhere where your characters do not see in the tower where you all are sleeping, imagine just quickly flickering through each of the rooms. Each of you tangled up in your blankets one way or another. Perhaps Holland sleeping very regally while another sleeps completely upside down. We move to the living room with all of those like Wall-E trinkets on the walls. And in a big comfy chair right in front of his desk, we have Councilman Lucky, who has fallen asleep, a pipe halfway in his mouth, halfway out as he snores. And he snores loud. And viewing him, a door appears behind him. And that's all I have for today.
Oh God.
You better not kill that old
gonna,
man.
Amelia's gonna erase this guy's memory.
Oh no!
Oh.
He's gonna get shot in the fucking head.
Oh God.
We're gonna.
We should have told him that someone wanted him assassinated! Why didn't we tell him that?
You're right. I literally forgot.
Why didn't we tell him that?
That's a. You know what? That is a. That is...
I think we're stupid. I think we're stupid, and we got so caught up in the puzzle that every single one of us legitimately forgot that this little boy told us to our face that the Frost Maiden hired someone to kill this man. We're idiots, dude.
Hey.
We're just.
Hey guys. Oops.
This is a fucking problem in hell of a boss.
Fuck! I got distracted by a cute little boy.
What the hell?
Well,
I'm sure that's fine.
Oh my God. No, thank you for pointing that out, Jordan. I feel like such a fool.
Oh my God.
that was simply so foolish. I can't believe this.
Hey, man. Hey, Lucky. That. Whoops.
Tucky comes out of his room. I just remembered.
Oh God.
Councilman Lucky dead on the floor. Fuck.
Holy cow! No, sorry. I'm hanging up my detective's hat. All right. I can't. I'm putting away my magnifying glass. I can't believe this.
I will say there was a reality where this man survives.
Oh. Oh.
no.
Okay,
So
I
I'm
gotta.
gonna let you guys have it if one person stayed up to guard this man.
Oh my God, I gotta go.
Think about it.
I gotta go read some books. I need to get some practice in. I also gotta hang my detective cap up for now.
Well, we fucked up.
God.
We killed this guy, basically.
We
Hey.
literally messed this up. I can't believe this.
Not one of us.
Not a single one. I can't believe we're all smart people. people. I know.
Hey,
for a
Haley,
fact
can
we're
we
all
get a second
intelligent.
chance?
Yeah, wait, can you rewind? Can we redo that?
Can we redo it?
There was something I forgot to do. It's just
Val can edit the episode.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit in a segment where I go, and then we stayed up to Councilman Lucky.
It's like in clearly different audio quality.
Oh, holy shit.
No, I'm actually like dumbfounded. We're all intelligent people. We're all smart, and especially like I know Val is always like I'm gonna go through like every single thing on this list and go through this one by one. I know Jordan and I are like let's hang up the cork board and think through every single possibility and all of the I love making contingency plans, and Andy is Andy's just generally smart and is like will bring stuff like this up. We're all like good at puzzles. Not one of us brought up to Counselor Lucky that this 7-year-old boy had an entire gave us written evidence that someone was going to assassinate him.
In an alternate universe, we all do our shit, and then Andy pipes in with like, "Hey guys."
There was an alternate universe where we forgot to do that and he died.
God damn it. Yeah. You know what, guys? It should have been me.
Come on, dude.
I should have been the one to be like, hey guys,
Are we doing something?
do we think this guy is gonna get like assassinated?
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm literally thinking, like, listen, I love making contingency plans. Jordan is like a chronic overthinker, and we come up with like all these theories together, and Val goes through like every single detail and every like possible list, and Andy is always the guy who like pipes up at the end, hey guys, I just remembered something. I think we all forgot to remind us. Not one of us brought up to this guy.
I literally was rereading the fucking packet we got like over and over again because I was like, okay, this is. I'm already primed to know that there's like a puzzle here. I didn't do it in the right spot.
Yeah,
I'm pissed. What about our weapons? Our transportation.
Wait, we don't get anything cool. Well, we have like his birds outside, I guess.
Haley was describing the fucking living room with him asleep in the chair, and my brain like flashed back to when she was like, he could die this episode.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna throw up.
You know what also sucks? I was also thinking, maybe Juby will go to talk to Councilman Lucky himself, because I think he'd want to talk to this guy. But then I was like, no, I think it's okay. We can leave it for a different time.
The two clues for this episode were it's brought to you by the letter A and he could die this episode.
Yeah, you get the two clues that we had for this episode were I think there actually was one clue that you gave us this episode was that you had a little boy like shove a scroll in front of our face that said he will die tonight.
The biggest thing was that you made an entire character just to exist and say, yeah, I found this letter saying you should definitely kill this guy.
You gave us, we all read a scroll that said this man will die tonight, and then not only do we have that entire scroll, but the little boy explained where he found it and who was originally going to get the scroll.
Okay, here's the thing though. In my defense, and I'll say in all our defense, that letter was intercepted by this little boy, who we then convinced not to kill him. In my brain, I was like, the message didn't go through.
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
I
no,
thought the
no,
same
right.
thing pretty much, but
Yeah.
we still should have fucking said something.
Yeah, no, you're right,
Oh.
Andy. You're completely correct. In our defense, I think when it was like, oh, he intercepted the letter, and then we convinced him not to do it. I think it was like in our minds, all of us were like, okay, that threat is gone because no one has the letter now. But obviously that still means the original threat is still out there, and someone is attempting to kill. Jesus Christ.
Another clue is that we should not have ever thought that the real threat of the episode was a 7-year-old boy who talks
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
That's a red herring if I've ever fucking seen one in my entire life.
One last thing that I do want to point out in our defense. Dandy also did not bring it up to this guy. Yeah, that's like, okay, to be fair to all of us, Dandy is like the actual investigator and has known and like knows this man, and she also did not say anything.
Yeah,
I was thinking about
this
her
is
mom,
all Haley's fault.
Wait, what'd you say, Haley?
I didn't give you the answer. I should have just had Dandy be like, wait, guys.
Let me solve
You're
the
all
problem
forgetting
for you.
something very important.
I think if we think back to the letter that we read.
Just giving us fucking clues. Uh...
I wanted to make a potential. Here's the thing. I did have the thought of I'll help them out a little bit. If he does die, Dandy's absolutely gonna steal all of his shit before she goes.
So we are getting
You'll
free
get
shit.
things.
Yeah.
You'll still get things. You can loot. It's okay.
Cool. That definitely won't help to incriminate us.
Well, no one's heard from him in years, and they don't know where he is.
Yeah, but
Perfect.
they are. Did he already send someone to come pick up this kid, or has that not happened yet?
Yeah, he would send a bot to tell Celeste to come and pick up the child.
Right.
Fuck, wait, he's not gonna
Okay.
say hi to Miss A for me.
Oh, that's what you're concerned about? That he's not gonna say hi to your fucking long distance girlfriend?
Hey,
I
don't.
mean, maybe what happened is that he was like, "Oh, hey."
You know what? There you go. Solved.
Yeah. God, I can't believe this, and it's also like, yeah, no, and we can't roll that back. Haley, you did give us every opportunity to do that. That's just on us. We all got distracted.
It's all right. Y'all didn't know him for long.
He didn't matter. Let's move on. Let's go kill another one.
Is Juby cursed? The only politician he's ever kind of liked fucking dies.
Is fucking assassinated.
No, literally, like, Juvy's going to be kind of devastated that the only politician he's ever kind of, like, gotten along with and been like, okay, I think this guy could probably needs, like, a better planner. It seems like he's pretty honest, but just a little short-sighted, and doesn't know how to use his resources well, but, he seems okay. Dead the next morning.
It's like when JD Vance went to talk to the Pope.
I was gonna say it's like when Forrest Gump met JFK.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Yeah.
Dude.
I feel good.
I'm glad you feel good.
Yeah,
I feel
no,
good,
Haley, you know what? Genuinely, that was really good. You gave us a subtle little extra puzzle underneath the actual mechanical puzzle, and you asked us to solve it, and all of us went, well, no, the letter didn't get sent. It's already solved.
I did my little math puzzle and then I went, well, looks like my work here is done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been trying. I've been wanting to run more complex and less handholdy, sort of sessions, and this was my practice.
Yeah, and it was really good. That was fully like, yeah, no, that was our bad. You set up the scenario, and that was our bad. We failed to. We just didn't think about it.
We all gotta press the R bad button on Blather Round.
Oh my god.
No, I can't wait for next session where we wake up the next morning and every single one of us is like, we're all stupid. We're all stupid idiots.
Oh,
We're all fucking dumb. Great.
We're all stupid. Like we're all gonna look at each other and then Holland's gonna reach into his pocket and pull out the letter that we literally have detailing the hit that is out on this guy, and we're all just going to sit on the floor and be like, we gotta lock in, dude.
We
can't let this happen to the other ones.
We can't do this again, okay? This sucks and this is our fault.
Oh
Yeah, I
no.
killed him via cutscene because I knew it was gonna be like 20 more minutes of session. if it was just like everyone waking up and then being like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, did we end the session, by the way?
No.
I'm still recording.
Okay, let me say
That's
goodbye
fine.
to the
Yeah.
audience.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's all I have for today. See you next time, Coggers.
Bye.
Bye.